Hello and welcome back. It's time. It's time to do the thing that we do once a year. The only thing that I do once a year. There's nothing else. Everything else I do multiple times per year. Anyway, so today, what are we doing? What are we doing? Do you know? Do you know what we're doing today? Because I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. I thought I did, but then I didn't. Oh right. You never know anything. Well, yeah, I found it. I found out what we're doing today. Uh, we are looking at. We'll be looking at some things. Talking about some things. Talking about a lot of things. Um, basically, last year happened. Video games released. Um, at least this is what I'm told. I believe that is what occurred. And yeah, we're gonna. I played a few of those games. I'll talk about those games. Some of them, anyway. Some of them. Will I talk about every game I played last year? No. No, because some of them didn't come out last year. So I will not tell you about what is. I don't have that open anymore. I had it open at one point, but then I closed it. I won't tell you about Time Crisis 3. I'm sorry. that's on the list. I played it. I didn't talk about it, but I played it. I will not talk it to you about Apex Legends or unfortunately Mr. Masagi. Um, but I have other things. I have other games that I did play and that I will talk about. And should I get music for this? I mean, I have music. I have music that I plan to play. Just yeah. I did preparation this time. I mean, I sort of do. I always usually the preparation ends at making the list and then being done there, but this time I did more than that. 10-hour loop of Battletoads pause theme. You think I won't? You're right. Um but I guess we'll just get to the things that I played. Should I just start? Just get started. Number 10. Just do it. Just get right in there. I don't know. I don't remember how we usually do this. Well, how I do this. You don't do anything. You just sit there and watch. Like some kind of freeloader. Just that's what you do. Um well there were a lot of games that I played that I didn't play a lot of. Um I think as far as games that I actually finished, I think that's less than 10. Um but yeah, there's stuff that I played that I didn't play a ton of them. But yeah, I just didn't play as much this year as I usually do. So, keep that in mind? Don't keep that in mind actually. Don't do that at all. Please don't keep that in mind. Don't think about it. Anyway, yeah, let's just get to it. We'll get to it. That's okay. That is correct. That is the way it should be. Um how about okay. Um so where are we starting? Where are we starting? I've got the thing queued up. I've got the video. Next. Except this is in the wrong place. I put this in entirely the wrong place. Don't do that. Don't do what I just did. That's not correct. That is correct. That is not the correct way to do that, though. Hold on a second. I just realized I have everything set up completely wrong. So that's why I'm very confused right now. Well, I'm always confused, but more confused than usual. I'm usually just like mostly confused. Now I'm like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know where I am. Everything's just gone completely off the rails. Anyway, number 10. What is it? It's a game that you may have forgot came out last year. I did. I forgot until I didn't. I need to turn that down though. Just let that go. Okay, for a second I thought there was no sound. There is sound. There is. It's there. Windjammers 2. I almost forgot this came out last year. It's good though. It's good. It it's just yeah. I don't know. I haven't played in a while. I don't know how the online is as far as player base. I know everyone like went to PC, and I didn't realize that was the case. I just assumed everyone would be on PlayStation because it's usually how these things go. But then it was like, no, everyone's on like Xbox or in PC because it was on Game Pass, and I think everyone just went to PC really because Windjammers is a niche thing. Niche competitive games tend to go to PC, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's good. Great even. I remember I played the first Windjammers, and I was like, this is real good. This is a good game. They should make another one of these, and then they did. And then Windjammers 2 came out. And then everyone forgot it came out. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. How is Windjammers 2 doing? Well, I would hope it's doing well. But I don't know. Yeah, the thing I very distinctly remember is arcade mode. Very difficult. One thing is certain, it is doing. It might be. It might just be doing. You know, I was almost gonna say, it's like, there should be, I feel like there should be more games in this genre, whatever you would call it. Maybe this genre, this specific genre. Also, I just realized this is probably not set to loop. Now it is. But then I remember Disc Jam exists, and I don't want more games in this genre. I would like Windjammers to continue. That's what I would like. Windjammers 1 and 2 are real good. Those other ones, not so much. I think there was another one other than Disc Jam. It might have never come out. I don't remember. I feel like I remember there being one other one. But, yeah. Yeah. We don't need to talk about Disc Jam. Yeah. Online. Oh yeah, it's got rollback. They rolled it back. It almost didn't have rollback, and then they put a rollback in, and then it was like, yeah, that was good. But then, just Disc Jam sure did jam the disc. It got my disc jammed in the PS4. I wish the disc was jammed, so then I didn't have to play disc jam. Or alternatively, a disc was jammed in there, so I couldn't play anything but disc jam. I'm being needlessly harsh on this game for no reason. It's not very good, but it's, you know, we don't need to talk about it. It's, yeah, number 10 is anything but disc jam. No. Windjammers 2 is good though. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's a good video game. There's not much to say. It's good at what it does. And there's not many games that do what it does. Windjammers is a weird game to try to replicate. I mean, it's just a weird game in general. It's a weird concept. I know there was... I don't remember the name of it. There was another game that came out, I'm pretty sure last year. It was like a sports thing, but it was like a fictional sport. It was like 3v3, I think. I think it was free to play. I don't remember what it was called, but it was not Windjammers. Like, it wasn't like Windjammers. It was something. It was... Yeah. I think it was like a similarly kind of like simple concept sport game thing. Like Pyre? Kind of like that? I don't know. The Roller Derby Ubisoft game? No. It was a free-to-play, like, indie thing. I don't remember what it was. I think it had, like, did it have, like, Striker or something in the name? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the name of it. Yeah, but that thing, I think, was sort of popular for a little bit. I thought about playing it, but ended up not. Yeah, also, some of those stages seems vaguely familiar. Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. I didn't play it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, some of these stages are wild. I mean, the bumpers are... They really like the bumpers. Was there only, like, one stage? Maybe 2 stages without bumpers? There aren't that many. It's like most of them have bumpers. And then there's a casino, which is just... Whose idea was the casino? Give that person a raise. Maybe. Or maybe don't. I don't know. Maybe they didn't do a good job in other areas, and then they maybe shouldn't get a raise. But the casino is, speaking of the casino is something. That was sure an idea. It is certainly an interesting concept. But yeah, Windjammers. Will there be a Windjammers 3? I don't know. I don't know how well Windjammers 2 really did. I don't know what their expectations were for it either. Not sure. I don't know what the budget is. Animation's real good. Looks real nice. Plays nice. It's nice. What FF14 server were we in? You were in a different server than I was, so... So that's, you're asking the wrong person there. I could check? I don't know if I can necessarily find... Was that it? That's not right. Hold on. Phil needs me to stop what I'm doing. My important work. I don't remember exactly. I think you're on Leviathan. I think. Which one am I? I am on Ultros. So you're 100% not on Ultros. I think you're on Hyperion or Leviathan, one of those, I think. Anyway, this has nothing to do with Windjammers 2. You know what does have to do with Windjammers 2 is this footage right here that you're looking at right now. That has everything to do with it. Everything. Important footage. But no, yeah, that's I don't really have much else. I probably do have more, but it's been so long since I played, I don't remember all the details about this game. They added some mechanics. Wasn't this defensive super? That was new, wasn't it? Right? Yeah. That's a good mechanic. And the jump. The jump is real good. The jump out fakes. Pretty good. Oh no, you don't do that. Don't do what I did there. Anyway, yeah, good game. Good game. Good. Windjammers is good. Yeah. 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 So anyway. Moving on. Moving on to the next one. The next couple, I seem to recall. I mean, there were multiple instances during this, but I seem to recall the next couple of these, I sort of was not sure how to order these. And then I did figure out how to order them. And then, you know, it was fine. In the end, it was fine. It all turned out okay. Sure, why not? Excuse me. Okay. So, next. Number 9. 9 comes after 10. That's usually how that works. Generally, I think so. Pretty sure. Next. That's... Oh no, I broke the thing. I didn't break anything, actually. Pokemon. Arceus. Legends. We don't need to say titles in order. Yeah. It was better than Windjammers because I played more of it. Yep, that's how that works. But no, it was good though. It was good. I had a good time. Good time playing it. I mean, Pokemon is just, you know, I generally enjoy playing Pokemon anyway. But, you know, I enjoyed playing this one as much as I enjoyed the other ones. Yeah. Arceus. Darkius. Larkius. Morpheus. Dorpheus. It is a video game. Perhaps that's more than you could say for other Pokemon games. Perhaps. Maybe it is. Barkius? That too. But no, yeah, it's good. It's fun. It's fun. It's an interesting experiment. If that's what you want to call it, I guess. I mean, I guess it kind of is. I will say I did play Pokemon Scarlet. I did start that. And it's not the games are not the same. I'll talk about it later, but yeah, Arceus, it's interesting. There's a lot of things they do with it that are clearly like they were like, we can kind of go a little crazier with it because this is like not a multiplayer thing. Like there's no multiplayer. I think the only thing there is like trading. You can trade still. Like that's it. But that's like much less necessary. Like you don't really need to. For the most part, there's like a few things, you know, to evolve that need to trade, but I think even the stuff that you would need to trade to evolve, for the most part, you can find in-game, I think. Might be wrong about that, but I think that's the case. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, it's you can get everything solo. Yeah, I feel like I remembered that being the case. It's weird. I mean, also just having only one version of the game, that too. Like it's a strange game. These are not bad things. They are good things even. It's just not something you'd expect them to do. You would expect they would just not let you do that. You know, with most Pokemon games, they wouldn't. You gotta trade and everything. Like, hey, go outside, go talk to people, and I say no. I refuse. But yeah, it's even on top of just that aspect. There's the changes with the combat and all that. And it's just like with the styles that like that's clearly a thing that they did. They might have messed with like stats and like how much damage certain attacks do and how much health you and like the enemies have and stuff, because it's like they can just do that because whatever, the balance doesn't really matter as much if it's an entirely single player thing. It's definitely a bunch of stuff they did where it's like, this is clearly like either somewhat experimenting for stuff that they could do for the main games, or like we can just kind of do whatever and not have to worry about balance, like multiplayer balance, because it seems like that's kind of where they run into like issues with regards to like, hey, we can't just do whatever we want or add whatever we want because, you know, you gotta make sure it's all cohesive and works together and all that. For like multiplayer. But yeah. I mean, there's also just like there's just the whole. Well, it's not even really open world. I was gonna say open world. It's kind of open, but like kind of not really. That whole nature of it is interesting. I will say there's some stuff this game does that like Scarlet does differently, like the fact that you can catch Pokemon without fighting them, which is like a thing you can't do in Scarlet. I keep saying Scarlet's the one I have. Scarlet and Violet, like you can't do that there, which is kind of annoying actually. I forgot fall damage is the thing in this game too. Yeah, yeah, they definitely upped the difficulty somewhat, I could tell. And it's like, yeah, it's like for all the complaints people have of like the mainline games, I feel like the reason this one was seen as differently was because it's the closest to a mainline game we've gotten that wasn't, that like, that like did something different, kind of, because usually people are more positive with any of the spin-offs, which that's really what this is. It's just another spin-off. It's just very close to a mainline one. in terms of like its structure. But you know, people like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and do people like Conquest? I think people like Conquest. No one talks about Conquest. Or Puzzle League. And I don't know. I mean, really, it's another one like Coliseum or XD. It's just this generation's version of that, which they haven't done that sort of thing of like a single-player Pokemon game. They haven't done that in a long time. That's really what this is. Coliseum technically had multiplayer. It's really just, that game just had a very different like structure in terms of its story and everything. So like that's what that one did. But it wasn't, that one didn't do as much in terms of like gameplay. That was like different. Yeah, really just more single player Pokemon games would be nice. Not that the mainline ones, I don't personally have too many issues with them actually. Granted, maybe you could say it's because I'm not a huge Pokemon fan. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I can still laugh at Pokemon fans. I'll laugh at all of you. Because you're weird. Yeah. It's considered part of the core series, but it's not mainline. It's a weird thing. I feel like it's a spin-off, more or less. Like I said, akin to Coliseum or XD. Yeah, no, I can't think of another one. I was going to say it's the Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey of Pokemon, but that's not really accurate. I think that one is actually just considered a mainline game, but yeah, it is an interesting video game. Story-wise, also, it's I wouldn't say the story is like super amazingly compelling, but it's definitely more interesting than a typical Pokemon game, I guess. Because it's just got things going on that aren't just Pokemon League things. But that's about it. I know there's like a pretty substantial like post-game thing. I didn't touch any of that. I meant to, but I never got around to doing that. Yeah. It's I mean it's a Pokemon game, so it's fun to play. Oh, also the what are they called? Noble Pokemon, I think. The boss fights. Those are fun. Well, they're at the very least interesting. I think I've heard they're not like amazing or anything, but it's interesting to do something other than what you would normally do in a Pokemon game. I guess it's interesting to have the trainer actually have something to do combat-wise, as opposed to purely your Pokemon does all the work. Which I guess that general concept is an idea I wouldn't mind seeing more of going forward, but I don't know if they'll do that. The most they have, I know... Well, I mean, it's been a thing forever, but I was gonna say Scarlet and Violet has like some mini games and stuff that they have you do, but actually I think they have something else. I haven't played a lot of it. Full disclosure, I've not played a lot of it. Like I said, I'll get to it. But I've not played a ton of it. I've done one gym, so, and I haven't touched much of anything else. Done one gym, and I was like literally right in front of a second one. Did a lot of wandering around though, but like I said, get to that later. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's a fun game. It was a generally pleasant experience. I will say the color palette, which I know I'm not the only person who's complaining about this. I don't care much for the color palette. It's like a lot of stuff is like really washed out. Like it's already, I feel like it's kind of Pokemon games in general already don't, look very good. But like the color palette in this one in particular is like very dull. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like very desaturated. A lot of it is. And it's, yeah, I don't know why it's like that. I mean, I feel like it's like a stylistic thing to fit with the era, I guess, but it doesn't look super great. It just kind of just does. It's like I'd rather it just be more colorful, even if it doesn't fit the style as well, I guess. It's like, just do it anyway. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know that I really have anything else on this though. It's yeah. I don't really have that much to say. After I just talked for like 10 minutes about it. It all just boils down to I had a good time. That's about it. Anyway. I wish I could like fade out the music. I mean, I kind of could. But like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that at all. So, yeah, that's that one. Next. As I think I was saying before, these next couple, I like, I wasn't sure. Okay, that looked weird for a second. I wasn't sure, like, what order I should put these in. It was like, do I do it this way, or is this one below the other one? Between this one and Pokemon, I mean. This one was almost number 9. Time to upset someone. Not really, though. I don't think so. No one cares about this list. No one cares what I have to say. If you do, then I don't know why you do. That's weird. You shouldn't. Anyway, next one. Elden Ring. It's very low. Really, it's just not even that good. Everything below, like, the top 3, just actually complete garbage, to be honest. One of the worst games I've played this entire year. Just... No. It's funny. It's like, I feel like I think of Elden Ring, and it's, for some reason, whenever I think of this game, it's like I always just think, like, I think it's the Doom Eternal of this year. It's just like, I liked it a lot. I just did like. I think it's just because of like how much praise it got. I feel like I just all I can think of is just all the things that I didn't like about it. But it's a fun game. It's good. I just have more issues with it than the average person does, I think. Which, should we just get it out of the way right now? Spent enough time talking about it, so I'd like to not spend much more time talking about it. But I seriously was not joking when I said I really don't like the ants. It feels like it was a joke. It was not a joke. They gave me legitimate anxiety. Which I was not expecting to be an issue. I'd hesitate to say it was a problem. Like a flaw. I wouldn't really say that. It's just like, no, don't do that. Please don't do that. Again, do not put those in the game. Like, I understand people who have, like, who, like, have severe arachnophobia and, like, cannot, you know, like, Grounded has that spider toggle to make the spiders less spidery. This needs an ant toggle for that. I think I mentioned there's an entire area I literally didn't do specifically because of those enemies, because I was like, I don't want to see more of these. Like, I don't like looking at them. I only did the whole thing with Millennia and that whole zone. For one, I didn't have to get near them. But two, which, hey, good thing I didn't end build. But two, just because, like, hey, Millennia's there, I guess I have to do this one. But the other one, I was like, yeah, no, we're just not doing this. We're not doing this zone. Granted, there's also the other issue of... the other reason that I might have considered not... Well, I would have done it anyway, probably. But the other reason I would have considered not doing it, even if the ants hadn't been there, was the issue they had throughout the entire game, which is it just at a certain point, it's just kind of like I have seen enough. Like I've seen enough of this. I don't necessarily need more. Just in general, just I've seen enough of everything. Game definitely has an issue with a lot of reused assets and stuff. Which I've seen people say it's like there's a lot of variety. Like there's plenty of variety. It's not like a real issue. Which there is a lot of variety, and the world is like kind of large, but I mean a lot of the world's not that interesting. It doesn't have that much to do that's actually important. And I have to wonder, like, if you removed the catacombs in particular, how much that would remove from the game. Like, what percentage of the game those are. Because it seems like it's a lot. And those are definitely all very samey. And I was kind of sick of catacombs by, like, the third or fourth one. I was like, you know, I've actually already seen enough of these. Like, there's a lot of variety. You still notice how much asset reuse there is. Yeah, it's I don't know what it is. I mean, like, dogs are dogs. Dogs are that's just a FromSoft thing. It's kind of the same dogs, and those just look like the same dogs from Bloodborne, but and Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1 and. Did Dark Souls 2 have dogs? It probably had dogs. I think it did. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a very long time since I played 2. Yeah, it's... I think it's just I notice the issues more because obviously Elden Ring is the big favorite of last year for a lot of people. but it just wasn't for me. It was just like it's good. It's not a bad game at all. Perhaps great even, but is not nearly like the best thing I played last year. However, enough about complaining. That's not exactly the point of this. Well, kind of is, but kind of not. Still, the reason, ultimately the reason I decided like I would put it above Pokemon is like, I think I just like Souls gameplay more than Pokemon gameplay. Because it's like kind of the reason Pokemon was even where it was, is just because it's like that type of gameplay is just fun. I like the Pokemon gameplay loop. And Souls gameplay is fun. Souls builds are fun. Also something that's very nice is builds and things and mechanics and stats and things actually functioning. So that's nice, because that's always an issue with Souls games where for example, statuses have an issue in the other games where most of them just don't work 90% of the time. So like making like a bleed build or whatever in like Dark Souls 1 or well, any of the Dark Souls games really just like doesn't work. That's just an example, like bleed or like poison, whatever. Like a lot of builds just don't work or aren't super viable, like because a lot of things are immune to a lot of statuses, or statuses take forever to build up. You need like a very specific set of stats and a specific type of build to make them work, whereas they just kind of work here without you needing an end game build to make certain things just work. Like you could make a rot build that kind of does something with that relatively early on, as opposed to like you'll never ever see rot proc on anything until the end of the game, and even then that's only if you're doing a very specific PvP build or something. That's the sort of issue you run into in the other games. So it's nice that things work. All of those things actually work, and are most, as far as I can tell, are relatively viable. Well, in PvP, I don't know. I don't know much about PvP. It is an interesting thing to hear, or was an interesting thing to hear about people complaining about certain PvP etiquette or rules or whatever, but then it's like, I don't know, like, seems weird to have etiquette for, particularly for, like, invasions. It's like, I don't know, like, if you invade someone and, like, I don't think you have a right to complain about anything they do. Although I know there was an issue with people, like, glitching into areas they shouldn't be able to be in or something like that, and then getting invaded, and I don't remember. It was something like that, and then basically there was no way for the people to catch them. I think it was specifically you had to use torrent to get to certain areas, and then you would basically invaders can't use torrent, so then they wouldn't really be able to do anything with that. But yeah. That's a whole different thing though, because people were specifically doing that because I think it was if you exited out, it counted that as a win on your part if the other person exited. Like you would get credit for a win, basically. I think you would get their runes and whatnot. But yeah, it's also the game's surprisingly difficult. I think I thought they would go more like try to make it easier, but like they really didn't. It was like, nah, it's just gonna make it even harder than usual. Granted, I know there's some stuff that like there's like mimic tier and there's all kinds of stuff like that that's like. Shout out to Jelly Bro and Broleg. Jelly Bro is a lady jellyfish, though. What was I saying? Oh, right, yeah, they let you, like, respec really easily, so it's like, you can do stuff with that. Granted, I never really did, because it's like, well, you could respec, but then I would have to use a weapon, like, upgrade a weapon. And it's like, I don't have the resources to do that. So, like, there's only so much you can do that. You can't really do that much until, like, the end of the game. It's pretty difficult to, like, do that as you're going through the game. And try to, like, respec into a bunch of different stuff. And I just didn't do that. Yeah, I don't really know how you would go about doing that, like, effectively. I was told though that they kind of expect you to respec a bunch, but yeah, never did, not even once. Or did I? Did I do it to like fix some stats that were like not right? I don't think I did. I think I was like, no, my stats are fine. They're like completely fine. At most, it's just like I need more health or whatever, because you really got to up your health real high, or else it becomes a problem. Also, as I recall, the performance on PS4 not great. Does not perform well on PS4. So if you got a regular PS4 or a regular Xbox One, maybe just don't. Well, I seem to recall it wasn't like like having no frame of reference for what I could alternatively have. It wasn't like awful, but once I switched over to PS5, it was a very different experience. But yeah, it's Elden Ring is a video game. That's all I can say. That's all anyone can really say. Oh, also, yeah, shout out to that final boss. That is awful. I heard that they fixed it. I heard they made the final boss run away a lot less, apparently. They changed... I think there's like one specific attack it does that's like really annoying. That they made it do a lot less, and then there's like just generally running away. They made it so it like doesn't do that as much, because that was the really annoying thing. And then they just, for whatever reason, don't let you use torrent in that fight, even though it would make sense for you to be able to use torrent in that fight. But whatever. That, as far as I know, they did not change, but I've heard they fixed that. Maybe. Because that was not enjoyable. That was not an enjoyable fight. I did not have fun with it at all. But yeah. Yeah, Elden Ring. Usually when you see a game blows up, gets real popular. Oh god. I forgot to mute myself that time. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Usually Elden Ring just, you know, makes me make noises. That what? What's that? Anyway, usually when a game blows up and gets real popular, you see a bunch of stuff like copy it, and like I don't necessarily foresee that being a thing here. You could. The only thing I could see is you just see another surge of like Souls-likes, like in the future. Like that was already kind of a thing, but it's just you'll see ones that are open world now. But like that's the only thing this game really. It just feels like Dark Souls, but it's open world. Like that's it. It definitely just feels like it's just Dark Souls 4. Like it's very clearly just Dark Souls 4. It's weird. Whereas, like Bloodborne actually feels like a different thing. Elden Ring very much just feels like Dark Souls. I feel like they wanted to like distance it from that and say like, it's not Dark Souls, it's its own thing, but it's Dark Souls though. Like, it's just Dark Souls. You can't fool me. Yeah, it's like with something like Breath of the Wild or whatever, or just anything that gets real popular. There's at least some like superficial thing that you can kind of pull from it. That's like, well, that's the thing to take from it. But that isn't really a thing for Elden Ring. There's nothing that you can just like obviously steal from this game that's like, oh yeah, that's the way to horse. A horse? I guess yes, sure, the horse thing. You can use your horse anywhere or something similar. Is this the first game to do that? Have a button to just put on your mount? I mean, Pokemon's been doing that for a while. I don't know. It's not really. I don't know. That's the best example. Like that. Yeah, that's like existed. Like that's a double jump horse. Sure. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like that's really a particularly noteworthy thing. It's just you use your horse for platforming, which is weird. I mean, having a jump button in general is weird, but yeah, having the platforming primarily be like, yeah, get on your horse and then platform. Yeah. There's not, like, Breath of the Wild has the glider and grassy fields and, minimalist piano music. And, I don't know what else. What else has Breath of the Wild got? It's just like that's a Breath of the Wildism. You stand out on a cliff and look at the stuff below the cliff. Climbing. And climb on anything, I guess. I don't know. There's just some obvious things to take from it. Ubisoft Towers. Sure. I don't remember. I can't think of another one. I mean, Dark Souls has all kinds of bonfires and things would be the thing for just like Dark Souls. Bonfires and die and go grab your bloodstain. That's. People don't copy things that are like, people aren't going to copy the intricacies of Elden Ring's design. It'll just be like, just copy the like the very surface level things, which there's not that much to grab from it. Not much that's like super obvious. So I'm not sure how much copying of Elden Ring you'll see. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. I don't think I really will. I think that will extend to people will make an open world Souls-like thing, and that'll be it. That'll be it. Also, the story. Much like any Souls game, I had no idea what was going on with it. So, yeah. It's interesting to hear people talk about this game's story. Like, it's like, oh, Elden Ring has such a great story. Love Ronnie's ending. And it's like, I don't know what happened. Like, in her ending, honestly. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't know what any of it means. The lore doesn't make any sense to me. The main dude left his wife to go fuck himself. Did he? I don't remember that. The problem with like Souls lore is it's spread out amongst so many different item decorations, descriptions. That just like I don't know what I'm like. It's really difficult to keep track of it all. It's like I don't know which ones. It would be nice if there were something that, like some sort of journal to like link things together, so you can kind of look at like it's like I realize they intentionally put holes in the lore, so you can't get all of it. But for one, I'm not going to get every single item, so there's just a lot of story I'm going to miss. And then, like there's also just, even if I were to get all of it, so much of it doesn't really make sense, or I don't understand the rules. I don't know. I find it hard to believe pretty much anyone played the game and was like, oh yeah, I totally understood the entire story. No, you didn't. Don't lie to me. You watched VatiVidya. I know what you did. And you're like, yeah. That's right. That's, yeah. Understood all that. I didn't even watch Vati. Not with regards to this game, anyway. I didn't. Maybe I should have. But anyway, that's not important. I don't really play Souls games with a story. I didn't know they even had a story. So, like a little bit after, like around the time 2 came out, I think. And I was like, oh, I didn't know these games had any like story going on with it. Like I didn't know the item descriptions were a thing at all until I was told that Epic Name Bro exists, and I was like, oh, okay. I guess there's a story there somewhere. It's hidden, buried deep down. Anyway, I don't. No, you can stop looping. You can stop that. You can stop that now. That's enough of that. That's enough of Elden Ring. We're about done talking about Elden Ring. We have talked long enough about Elden Ring. I have to explain all the reasons it's not at number 1. Because, I mean, the main reason being that it was not my favorite game that I played this year. That's about it. It was set at number 8. What is at number 1? Let's skip to number 1 right now. And that's not. What if one year I just decide I'm gonna go through backwards until we get to the worst games of the year? Well, no, I would have to like actively decide I'm going to like play something terrible, which like I'm not gonna do. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. You won't be seeing that sort of thing from me. What is next on the list, though? What is number 7? Better than Elden Ring. What is the first game that is better than Elden Ring? This is important. I mean, I almost put Pokemon above it. Honestly, I was like, maybe I enjoyed Pokemon. I had less complaints with Pokemon than I did with Elden Ring, I would say. I think the whole thing with Pokemon, my sort of thought was Elden Ring had higher highs and lower lows. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Probably. But Anyway, better than Elden Ring is Vampire Survivors. It's good. All of these games are good. That's probably sort of implied. But you know, maybe you thought Vampire Survivors not all that good. You thought wrong. You thought incorrectly, you fool. You absolute fool. So something I have been told multiple times from multiple sources. Apparently, the guy that made this game worked on slot machines, I believe. Which is like, upon hearing it, I was like, you know what? That makes sense. That checks out. Because Vampire Survivors is just digital crack, I guess. It's like, yeah, you know what? Someone who worked on gambling machines would know how to do that, I guess. Except it's not necessarily trying to. I guess that's part of the reason why it is as unpredatory as it is. Especially with like regards to the mobile version, which I think I talked about already, but it has ads, but the ads are basically entirely optional. You'd never have to look at ads if you don't want to. They're just for like bonuses just for bonus stuff that would not apply at all to the PC version. Just, you can watch ads to get extra stuff that you normally wouldn't get. Like a revive, like a free revive. Or like more money. But you don't have to do that. You could watch no ads and then just play the video game. Perfectly fine. But it is a very interesting game. I only played a little bit on stream. It's interesting. The game sort of goes through cycles. Like like at the start, it's kind of like it's fun, but it's not. I don't know how to put it. Like it's like it's interesting, and it's like, okay, I'm interested in seeing more, but like I'm not like super into it immediately. I feel like I've heard some people describe it as like, oh well, I was like really into it as soon as I played it. It's like, not really. Like, I feel like I had to do like a few runs to get a good feel for it and like get like better at the game and stuff before I was actually like, okay, yeah, I get it. It's fun. Particularly because it's like like the first few runs you're probably not going to do very well, and you're not going to get very far. You're not going to get to the point where the game gets like super crazy. Because you have to like level up pretty far and everything and survive for a while before you get to the fun stuff. But yeah, but then once you get to that point, once you get to minute 12 or 13 in your first run, yeah, something like that. It's gonna be difficult to get to the 30 minutes. But at a certain point, you start like, well, for one, if you get like one run early on where it's like, oh, I did really well that time, and either finished the run or got like at least got like really close to finishing the run. And then you're just like, you're just filling the screen with all kinds of nonsense. And the game becomes a completely different game at that point also. It's like, it's not a survival game. It's just, it becomes like a ridiculous, like, I don't know what you'd even call it. Like a Muso game, but like, I don't need to make more drug references. Just, you know, you get the idea. Reverse bullet hell? Yeah. That would be accurate. Also, an actual bullet hell Not really, though. Kind of becomes that sometimes, but like not really. And then you get to the point where every run is that. You just like get into a flow, and it's like, okay, well now I know what I'm doing. I will say I did not like finish this game because I think this game has an actual like ending, technically. I didn't get to the ending. I got to another point, which is where, okay, I figured out the game. I know what I'm doing. But then for some reason, I wasn't clear on how or why. I don't know if the game scales the difficulty up, but like, for some reason, I was like, I can't finish a run anymore, and I don't know why. It might have been one of the, because you unlock a bunch of different settings. It might have been one of those extra settings that I put on. Makes the game way harder. I'm not sure. But for some reason, I could not finish a run anymore. And I was like, this is kind of getting annoying. I don't know. I don't know what's going on now. I could have tried just turning off, like, because there was like a particular setting that I got that I turned on. It was like, but yeah, I couldn't finish a run. So maybe I could just try turning that off. Maybe that would work. I don't know. I beat a boss. Well, technically, I guess there are a lot of bosses, but I beat a major boss fight, but I don't think that's the end of the game. It feels like the end of the game almost, but it's not, I don't think. I'm pretty sure there's more after that. Like, hurry or inverse? No, because I usually had hurry mode on, and that was not an issue. It's, I don't remember what it's called. It's the one you get after you beat the big boss fight. That one big boss. Which is, it's like lets you upgrade past the normal limit or something like that. And I was like, I'm not sure if that is messing with the scaling, because for some reason once I got that, I couldn't finish a run. I don't know what happened. Limit break, yeah. When you get, I got that, and then I was like, I can't do anything now. But it could have been the specific stages I was doing and like the characters I was using. I don't know. But I was able to finish runs consistently, and at a certain point I just couldn't do any. I think I was trying to do like the first level, and like this level, and I like couldn't do it. I have no clue why. But yeah. It's either way. Either way. Maybe once I get past that point. If I can. I haven't played in a very long time. Well, not in about a month, maybe. No, maybe, I don't know if it's been that long. Did I play it all this year? I don't remember. There was a brief period where I was playing a lot of this game, but I have not been playing much recently. This whole page, I've gotten basically all of these filled out. Not all of them, because you start unlocking more, and a bunch of those I don't have unlocked. But all of, I think all of like the default ones you start with, I think I have all of those maxed out. Once you get that, was it a mount? I think it's a mount. You want to upgrade that as soon as possible, and then the game becomes significantly easier, like exponentially. But yeah, Vampire Survivors. It's fun. Play it. I'm definitely not giving you drugs. I'm not. I didn't like gift it to you. I'm just saying, maybe try it sometime. Maybe see how you like it. You know, it might be, you know, might be something you're into. Who knows? Possible. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things I could say, but like I don't know. Also, music's real good. Although I've mostly played it muted, so I'm not familiar with most of the songs. But I'm told the music's good. And I've watched some other people play, and it seems like the music's good. But yeah, played it muted mostly, so not sure what a lot of the music is like exactly. I think I played like the first like 3 stages normally, and then after I got past that point, I think while I was trying to finish the 3rd stage, was when I started like muting it, and I would just like put it on one monitor, and then on the other monitor, I'd just like watch something else or listen to something else or whatever, or it'd be on my phone playing, in which case, yeah, I wouldn't be. Generally, don't have sound on there. But yeah, it's good. Good game. Just fun. Just fun to play. Also very cheap. Yeah, too. Extremely cheap. So there's that. Vampire Survivors 2 win. I don't know. What would you even do for a second game? Probably a lot of things. I don't know. Anyway. That is more DLC this year? I don't know. I have not been tracking it at all. I know there was the DLC. I didn't buy the DLC, so I have no clue how that is or what it entails exactly, or I didn't want to buy it because it's like I didn't finish the base game, so it's like, why would I get the DLC? Like, that seems like an unnecessary thing to do. It's not expensive, but it would confuse me in terms of like, what is base game, what is DLC. Like, I'll just stick with the base game for now. I don't need the DLC. Yeah, maybe they'll go the Among Us route, just do all DLC. But yeah, that's Vampire Survivors. Yeah, okay. So next. What is going on here? Okay. Where is there? You know what's nice is I grabbed all of the videos and the music in advance, so I don't have to fiddle around too much trying to figure out what I'm picking. Anyway, next video game. Somnium Files. It's much lower than you would expect. Lower than you'd hope? Higher than you expect? I don't know. What would you expect? It is enjoyable. Once again. Could say that about any of these. Nirvana Initiative, specifically. Yeah, so this game. The first one was very nearly my game of the year when it came out. What was my actual game of the year that year? I think it was like Somnium Files was at like number 2 that year, I think. What was my game of the year that year? I don't remember. I think I can find it. Hold on a second. Is that it? No, not 2021. Was it 2019? Yeah. Oh, DMC 5. Right, that was right. But yeah, so Nirvana Initiative. Excuse me, you misspelled Nirvana. It's with a lowercase n, capital A. Because AI, or I believe it is I believe there's somewhere they say I don't remember where, but I was like, oh, it's I, because someone says I somewhere. Like on the title screen or something like that? I think they say that. It's a whole collection of puns. It's not important. But yeah, Nirvana Initiative. It is. Like I said, it's. I think I mentioned before. I didn't like it as much as the first one. Not to say it's bad at all. Obviously, or else it wouldn't be on this list. But it is. It is. It's just not. For one, some things I can't talk about because spoilers. Can't talk about all that. Gotta limit myself. Can't talk about everything. I'll just say main issue story-wise, just I don't think the story was like bad or anything. The main issue is with regards to what I really like about the first game is all of the story has just kind of pays off everything and wraps up everything pretty nicely, which is a thing with its directors' games in general. Zero Escape is similar, where like they'll leave a few things like ambiguous or unclear, but like very little. Like most of it, for as many mysteries as there are, most of it is explained, and it's usually explained in some very ridiculous manner. But this one definitely has a few things that are like, are they hoping for a sequel, like another sequel, or? But it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like there's more that will be explained later. It felt more like there are just like loose ends that are just like, that's not important. Like they're just things that just don't really go anywhere. You know what actually comes to mind? Because I get the impression that it was like so one I can say without, it's not really a spoiler thing, the whole, well, I won't get into details of it, but the whole Statue of Liberty situation, that whole scene, that one is just sort of, just never goes anywhere. And I was like, what's the deal with that? That seems important. It's not. But it's like, it's so much that it's like, I can't believe you would just have that in there and then just never explain it and just pretend that's completely normal when like clearly there's something going on there, but like, no, we're not going to acknowledge it. We're not talking about movies, top 10 movies of the year, especially because I think I only watched one movie from 2022, which was Nope. That came out in 2022, didn't it? But that movie has a similar thing that happens that seems very important and then is not explained and does not really come into play in the story in any meaningful way. But I think it's kind of the same idea there, where it's a thing that is thematically very important, narratively not at all, or not very much so. I think it's the same deal there. Like, I think it was something that was meant to be like, it's It's relevant to the themes, but it's not relevant to the plot. Something free to fray. Pretty sure that was explained. I mean, well, well, the whole. Oh god, there are so many things I can't talk about, which is annoying. But there's also, with regards to things to cover in a sequel, I mean, you know what? There is that one big sci-fi element of the first game. Well, there's multiple sci-fi elements of the first game, but the one big thing that doesn't really go anywhere plot-wise in the first game, that seems like it would be really important. That they play a lot more with that in the second. But, well, they make you think they're playing with it, but at the same time, not really. It's like, I guess similar to how that's just sort of doesn't really go anywhere. I don't know if they're going to, like, continue that, and if there's a third game, if they're going to get more into that. For sure, there's the whole thing with the, I'll just say the extra thing at the end, that thing. That, I don't know if that was purely supposed to be a, like, this is just a fun Easter egg, or like this will be plot relevant later, because it seems really weird to just have that be a thing that just is like, it's just for fun. Like, is it? Like, don't worry about it. I'm very worried about it. It's very worrying, extremely concerning. I don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, especially having that be the actual last thing. I mean, it's cool with the stuff that you unlock at the end once you've done everything. That thing was definitely something where it's like, I'm not concerned that will be plot relevant. This was clearly just an Easter egg thing that's just like for fun. And it was fun. Not much to it, but it's fun. It's cool. Speaking of unlocking things, the whole thing with the way they handle the eyeballs in this game is, like, I'm not sure I care for how, like, absurdly difficult they made them to find. Like, it's straight up like, I need a guide to find these now. Like, there are too many of them, and I don't know where they are, and, like, it's just, like, I don't even... They give you the unlimited time mode, and, like, I still am, like, I have no clue where I'm... Like, I've examined everything, and I don't know where to find them. It's really weird. Yeah, and I never went back and got all of them, but yeah. Granted, it's not really important, but still, it's just weird. Yeah, but yeah. And as far as other gameplay things go, generally the Somniums. I remember the Somniums in the first game. I think it was like a common complaint. But the first game was like, especially anyone coming from like Zero Escape, was like, the Somniums seem kind of random. Like, you just kind of just pick things until you just find the right thing to pick. And it's like, I mean, that's still kind of an element here, but there's at least some strategy to it. I do enjoy that, like, some of the Somniums have more actual, like, puzzle solving and, like, things that, like, just completely make sense. Or, like, yeah. There's much more of a logic to it than there was before. Like some of them, like the, one of the late game ones with Mizuki. One of those. I can't even really specify which one I mean, but there's a late game one that is just all actually solving puzzles. Like, it's not even like there's like no real like randomness to it. But yeah. Speaking of Mizuki, Mizuki's great. She's still great. It was a good idea to make her the main character. So good job. Good job. Ryuki is weird. I mean, clearly very intentionally weird, but like weird in ways that it's like, I'm not sure. I don't know. He's just odd. It feels like he should have gotten more time. And similar with Tama, actually. Like, it's weird how it's like, you kind of just, you do the whole, you start with Ryuki and Tama, and then just like after a certain point, you just don't, you play like about 30% of the game with them, then the other like 70%, maybe it's more like 40%, but it's like the other rest of the game is just all Mizuki, and you do not see Tama and Ryuki again, like, or you barely do. It's really weird. I expected there would be more interaction between the two of them or something. Or like you would play Tama again later, or you'd like actually be switching off, but it's like you don't really do that, and I don't really know why they did it that way. It feels like they didn't need to do it that way, but yeah, it's weird. Yeah, also, shout out to that twist. We don't need to talk about it. But it's just, this game is just gaslighting the game. That's what it is. Just the whole game, everything about it is just gaslighting you. That's what it is. It's that with that and the Statue of Liberty thing, and just everything is just like, what are you doing to me? like it's just it's an experience for sure. Yeah. It's yeah. Also, I think I mentioned before, something I noticed, because I was it while I was in the middle of playing this, or like after, or a little after I started, went back and looked at some, watched a bunch of stuff from the first game, and the animation is like vastly improved in this game. It's still a little jank, but it is vastly improved in this game over the first one. The first one, like, you look at like any action scene, and it's just the fighting looks very awkward. But then it's like, oh, it's a lot better. Like the characters actually animate like kind of looking like humans. Which is nice. But yeah. Also, the new characters and stuff, they're fun. Well, Mame is technically not new. She was in the first game, but she's important now, so she's new in that regard. Mainly, Gen, right? Was his name? That was his name, I think? It was Gen, wasn't it? I think. Prosody. Good job, Prosody. You did it. It's funny because it's just like I didn't realize it was him, and then once I realized it was him, I was like, well, now I can't unhear it. So, yeah. I always forget that he's like a legit professional voice actor. So like, it's weird hearing him, but yeah. But yeah, Gen is great. Shikara is not. Yeah. Yeah. Shikara the Woat? I guess so. I guess you could call him that. Yeah, the Somniums are definitely a lot harder, though, in general. Leon the Hoat. Himbo of all them. Forgot about Leon. Leon is certainly interesting. As a character, I mean, a lot of the characters are just like, you don't expect them to take the turns they do. But, yeah. Dante is still Dante. So, you know. Anyway. What even, I don't know. There's not much else to say. It's good. I enjoyed it. Not as much as the first game, but I still enjoyed it quite a lot. Had a good time. Anyway. Oh no, okay. I lost my mouse for a second. That's fine. Anyway, that is half of them. It's half the video games. So next, you know what comes next? Next, we take a break. We take a break from video games to talk about other video games. It's time for the halftime show. Am I allowed to say halftime show, or is that copyrighted also? I don't know. Not allowed. I have to say the big show. So other games I played that you know did not make the list because reasons. How about I start with one that I already mentioned? Pokemon Scarlet. Mainly didn't make the list because I didn't play enough of it for that to have any sort of full opinion on it. There were plenty of games I wanted to play that I just did not get around to. Would have liked to have played God of War. Didn't have time for that. Or I don't know what else was there. I'm sure there were other things that came out this year that I was like, yeah, I wanted to play that, and then I just didn't do it. Last year rather. Wasn't there something else? Some other big game came out? Forgot. Doesn't matter. Anyway, Pokemon. I guess now is the time to give my thoughts on Pokemon Scarlet because I've been playing that the last few days, basically. Like I started it on like Saturday, I think, and then Friday or Saturday, one of those. And I've been playing, when I have time, which is to say, which I didn't have that much time, but I've been playing it, and I'm enjoying it. It's fun. It's Pokemon. Yeah, I don't just Pokemon fans will complain, but I'm not a Pokemon fan, so I have zero complaints, none whatsoever. Um, Pokemon Violet though, that's garbage. No, it's not. Just could you imagine? one year one of the versions is really good and the other one is just awful somehow. like what happened? I don't know if that would even be possible. It's weird. I've never even heard of like an instance where like a bug occurs in one version that just doesn't happen in the other version. Like I've never heard of that. Maybe it has, but just no one's ever reported on it. I don't know, or just I haven't heard about it. But like that would be an interesting one. Speedrunners only play Violet version because of this specific bug. Because this character's name is shorter, so just play. That would be that would be one way of doing it. There's a character that's like one character that's different. The professor in Violet has a shorter name. I don't think that's true. Actually, I think it's actually the opposite. But the Thunder Lizard goes faster. Yeah. Sword and Shield. I mean, Sword and Shield is like the different legendaries. You could do something with that, I guess. If like the legendary is, they both have 4-letter names. Oh, do they? I actually don't even know what the Turo. I didn't even know what the Violet's one name was actually. I had no idea. I guess I hadn't heard it since they like revealed them, since I hadn't paid any attention to it. I think also because I've seen a bunch of fan art of Sada. But yeah. How far did I make? I am up to, like I said, I did the first. Well, I said the first. I've done one gym, not the first. There was no first gym. I did what seemed like the recommended first gym. The thing is, I went off in like some other direction at first. I just saw a thing on the map and it was like, I'm gonna go to that thing on the map, and I don't even know what it was, honestly. But I was like, I'm gonna go towards that because that seems interesting, I guess. And then I ended up in some. Where was I going? I don't even know. But I was clearly going somewhere where it's like some of these the wild Pokemon and some of the trainers are like clearly over leveled. There was a trainer battle that I was like, I should not be here. I should not be fighting you. None of my Pokemon are like strong enough to deal with you. I think he had like 3 Pokemon. I think I managed to get through 2 of them, and then he just took out my entire team. Which that'll happen if you're just somewhere you shouldn't be. So, yeah, there's a pretty big difference if you're like 2 or 3 levels under leveled. Like it can be rough. But yeah. While I'm doing this, should I grab something? Should I grab music for this section? What would that music be? I don't know. I didn't plan that far ahead. That wasn't far ahead. I just didn't. I just didn't think about it. I could, I'll just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just so there's not silence. Oh yes, my favorite game from 2022. Best game of the year every year, Namco Museum Volume 3. Perfect. It is a good game, though. Go play Namco Museum Volume 3. Good luck finding it. Good luck with that, I guess. I don't think that's an easy thing to do at this point, but you could try. But yeah. It's open world Pokemon is interesting. It definitely, I notice it does this thing where they'll have like the little Pokeball treasure chest things or whatever. They have those like scattered around and they give off like a little beam of light. So you can see them from like decently far away. they definitely intentionally put those in like in places where it's like, oh hey, there's one over there, go grab it. Oh hey, you can see another one from here, and then you can see another one from there, and then like you're just off in some, like I'm trying to go to a specific place, but then I see a thing over there that I need to go pick up, and then I go pick it up, and then I have to pick up all of them, and then I don't know where I am anymore. The worst is when it's like, hey, jump off this ledge, you can get the next one. And it's like, but how do I get back up? Don't worry about that. Just jump off this ledge, idiot. Whoops, you fell off a cliff. You can't swim. Ooh, piece of candy game design? Yeah, it's very much like that. It's the Xenoblade problem. Which is a me problem, not the game's problem. It's like a it's like a, oh no, there are too many things to go pick up. Need to go pick up all of them. I see a little flame over there. Need to go get that. I definitely forgot to shuffle these. It's it's very obvious what they're doing. Usually it leads to something. Like it'll lead to like one of the other ones that's a different color that's like a TM, but still. I mean, and then individually, you know, you're getting a bunch of items, Pokeballs or potions or whatever. But yeah, it's definitely, for some of the gyms, I noticed they, because they have them all listed on the map, and I have all of the different campaigns unlocked. I think they make you unlock all of them before you can, like, leave the school. Which, it's funny, they have you go to the school, and then it's like, all right, now your next assignment is to just go out into the world and do stuff with Pokemon, whatever you want, I guess. Like, it's like, what is this project? What is the assignment? I don't know. No clue. Like, which is like, okay, cool for the kids that like actually have some goal in mind, or like want to go do the Pokemon challenge at Pokemon League or something. But like, what about everyone else who's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna go hang out, I guess. I couldn't imagine having a project that's like, yeah, just go out into the world and do whatever you feel like, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's really weird. It's strange. It's a strange school. I don't know how the school works. It's funny because you can go back to the school and then you can like do classes. But then I had a feeling what the classes were going to be before I only did one. And I had a feeling, I was like, these are tutorials, aren't they? And it's like, yeah, they're just tutorials. I think I did like biology or something like that. I don't remember. There's like biology, there's like math. There's like history. There's a bunch of stuff. History might be like lore or something, maybe, but like it's like they're clearly they're just tutorials. At least for the most. The biology one that I looked at was definitely just a tutorial, and like I don't even remember. Was it on evolution or something? I don't even know what it was. Yeah. Speaking of evolution, evolutions are like really fast. Like it's weird the way they work, where it's just like your Pokemon just comes out into the field and then just evolves. And it's just like, yeah, it's evolving, and then the evolution process takes like 5 seconds, and then you're done. Today's biology lesson, Vaporeon? No. There are no biology lessons on Vaporeon. Specifically that one. Not allowed. Yeah, evolution's weird. It's like I don't expect them to evolve so fast. It's interesting. I don't know. Oh, right. Like I was saying, with regards to the order to do the gems in, because you got was it 8 gems? It was 8. It's still 8 gems, right? Was it 7? No, it was 8. It's 8, and then there's like the team star thing, which is I don't remember how many of those there are. I don't think it's 8. That one's like 6 or 7. And then the other thing with the Titan Pokemon or whatever, that's like 5 of those, I believe. I have not done any of those, but for the gyms, they clearly note like 2 of them. They're like, these are good ones to start with. To indicate like these are going to be the easiest ones. I think it's generally the closer it is to the center, the easier it is for the most part, but there are like some exceptions. And then they have like a couple where it's like they don't note a difficulty at all. There's some where it's like, yeah, this is like right in the middle, and then there's somewhere like this is one of the toughest ones. But I think for like the Titans, like they didn't really specify that, but I don't know. Those might be similar to the like noble Pokemon fights from Arceus, where those might be like maybe they don't note the difficulty for those because I don't know if they involve actually fighting them, or if they're not really balanced around your Pokemon being a specific level. Exactly. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to one yet, so. Like I said, I've done one gym, and I put myself like right in front of another one because I think I was going to do a specific. I did the bug gym, and it was not difficult at all. It was not even remotely difficult. I was very confused when. I guess that Pokemon spoilers are not really important at this point. I was very confused when like the bug gym lady pulls out a Teddy Ursa as her last one. I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. And it's like, oh right, yeah, the Terra thing, Terrasilize, that is a thing. Like I remember like right after she pulls it, I was like, oh right, yeah, she can just switch the type, I guess. I think that was intentionally confusing. It is interesting to see something where it's like, okay, you don't expect to see that, but it's not like it gets an added type. It'd be interesting if it like got access to new moves, or like it changed the type of its moves, but like it was the same type of Pokemon, so it'd be something that like you are maybe unprepared for, being that you're going to a bug gym, so then you have a bunch of stuff that's like good for a bug Pokemon, but it's like, no, that's not what you're fighting. It would be interesting to do it that way, but it's like, no, it's like I'm good. Like I have a fire type. I'm gonna just destroy this entire gym, I guess. Also, I was like over leveled by that point. Oh yeah, and they did have like that mini game, which I think all of them will have some kind of mini game thing before you do the gym. That one was really weird and real jank. You just have to push a thing into a goal or whatever, and it's like, what? It's real weird. And not at all difficult. But yeah. Oh, also the Pokedex. I like that the Pokedex has like little photos for all the Pokemon in there. Now we got a different little picture for all of them. I have definitely, for one, it also seems like you get like a lot more Pokemon than you would otherwise, or you would normally in a lot of other games. Or you get them like way faster. I don't even remember what's on my team. I could go grab my Switch. Or not. I will say Lechonk. Lechonk's great. Evolved it. Lechonk's evolution, not as good. It's no Lechonk. It's like, oh, that's not as good as Lechonk. But, oh well. Should have just never evolved it. No, it's fine. Chonk to Miss Piggy. Sorry, but that's a downgrade. It's weird. It's very weird. Also, there's a Lechonk emote. Yeah, I guess so. There's a lot of Pokemon emotes. I think because Lechonk was so popular that it's just like... like, yeah, I'm just making an emote for it. I think a few of the Pokemon they showed were pretty popular. It's Twitch Global, yeah. Smoliv people, is there a Smoliv emote? I feel like it's probably might be. I wouldn't be surprised. No, maybe not. No, there isn't. There should be. Maybe there should be. I don't know what even are the other new ones. I have another one that I think is new. What was it even called? I'm blanking on the name of it. It was a fire type. It was like Char or something. Char Cadet. That was it. I don't know if it's... I think that one's new? Yeah, that's new. That's definitely a new one. Yes, Char Cadet is new. Yes, I have that one. And then I have... That's the one that has 2 evolutions? I have no clue. Does it? Maybe it does. Turns into Mega Man Battle Network things. Yeah, I think I've seen those. I didn't know I haven't seen the first 4. I hadn't seen Char Cadet though. I'd only seen the other ones, but yeah, I don't know anything about that. Or if it has some special method for evolution or whatever. I saw one and was like, that looks cool. I want that. And then I got it. And I caught it. And then I took Sprigatito as my starter. I thought about taking Quaxley. That would have been a thing I would have done if I had streamed Pokemon Scarlet. I might have taken Quaxley. Because I had already done Sword and Shield. I already did Scorbunny. And then I did, oh god. What did I just do? Okay. Almost accidentally opened things. It should never be opened. I didn't. I pressed the thing by accident. I took Scorbunny and I took Rowlet, so I was like, yeah, maybe I'll do Quaxley. I ended up not doing that. Because I didn't stream it, so it's like, yeah, I'll just take the one I want, which is Sprigatito. And obviously, I'd already, when the game came out, I immediately saw a bunch of Sprigatitos, like Final Evolution, so whatever. It's not at its final stage yet. It's at its second right now, but... which I'm blanking on the name of, but that's what I have right now. And, oh, and then... and then Palmy... I got Palmy, and then it evolved, and it was like, that's really? You really? Sprigatito. It's like Flora or something. I don't remember what it is. Florigato. And Palmy if evolves into Palmo. I was like, that's not real. That's not. You didn't just change the last letter of the same. I don't know what the third one is. I'm pretty sure I saw there was a third one, but I have no clue what it is yet. I know Nintendo has been like posting like all the starters evolutions and stuff, but I haven't seen what they are yet. Not gonna believe it. Is it Pamu? It could be. Pamu, Pama. Is... Yeah. What's... Pame? It's Pawmot. I would have preferred Pamu. Yeah. I wasn't even expecting Palmy to have a third evolution. I was like shocked when I saw it had a third one. I was like, oh, I would have thought it would only have 3 or only have 1, or just or 2, whatever, you know. That'll just be Palmy and then it evolves and it's done. But it's just generally, I guess, rare that you see anything like that. Oh, also, completely forgot. Speaking of things that wait, no, that one doesn't have a. I don't think that has a third evolution, does it? Let's see. Do you evolve? No. No, you don't. I caught a tarantula, right? That one's new, isn't it? I caught one early on and was like, it's a bug. I'll use it. I'll use this bug. Then, played for, this is like the first day I was playing. I was playing for maybe like 2-3 hours in total. Just randomly came across one that was red and was like, I don't think that's normal. Should I be seeing that already? I don't know. I caught it and it was like, oh, it's sparkly. Alright, guess I got a shiny in like 2 hours playing. Alright, fine. I'll take it. So I've got that. It's like, I guess you're on the team because what am I gonna do? Not? I don't know. So I got that. It's evolved already, but yeah. Got a shiny one. So now it actually throws me off when I see a normal one because I'm like, that color's not right because I'm used to looking at the shiny version. Yeah. I don't remember the last time I got a shiny Pokemon was, I think I got like a shiny Hoppip in like X, right? Because I had the Horde battles that had like the shiny chances were like way higher because there were 5 of them. Eventually it became a shiny Jump Bluff? Whatever. I evolved it fully. It's still there on my 3DS somewhere. That's not, we don't need to hear that again. Yeah, yeah. So I've got what, Palmo, Spidops, Florigato, Charcadet, and Oinkalone. That's right, yeah. That's what I have right now. I've caught other things as like, maybe I'll consider using that later, and I haven't. But we'll think about it. Yeah, I did the bug gym, and then what was the other gym? There's another gym that was like, this is the other, like, the grass gym. I'm like right in front of it, and like, because I had already gotten to it, but then I was like, oh, I should probably, I realized the areas are numbered, and I was like, maybe I should just do these in order, so I'll just maybe do that. So I flew back over to the grass gym, and I'm like standing in front of it now. So I'll do that. Yeah, I'll get to the, I'll play more. I'll play more. But yeah, Pokemon Scarlet is fun so far. But not eligible for, I will say, usually I have the rule of for Game of the Year stuff, I usually say like I need to finish the game, but I don't have that rule now. That rule is not in place because I can't feasibly finish all that many games anymore. So, it used to be that I would have finished ton of games, but that's not how that works anymore. But yeah, Pokemon. There's enough talking about that. What else to get to? I can knock some out real quick, because there's not much to say. Mario Strikers Battle League I meant to play more of and just didn't. It definitely seemed like there was a bit more of a learning curve than with the other Mario Strikers games. Like it was definitely not as simple to play as the other ones. Which is nice. Like I remember Mario Strikers Charged between the first two games. The thought I had was it's like Mario Strikers Charged is interesting, but it also it's not overcomplicated exactly, but there is something nice about the original just being very, very simple, and very easy to pick up and play. And Battle League is definitely not that. On top of also just being very light on content, which is not great, but yeah. But it's not like a thing where I was like upset by it. It's like clearly it's like they probably want it to be more competitive, I guess, but yeah. Haven't played it since I did that first stream of it. Wanted to get back and play. They've added a bunch of stuff. They've updated it as much as they're going to. I think even after all the updates, there's still just like a lack of like modes. So like even after all the updates, it's not like they added like a ton to the game. Like it's like the roster is a lot larger, but like that's about it. And there are more arenas, but the arenas don't matter anyway. So they're just kind of some slight visual differences. But yeah, it seemed like a cool game that I would like to have played more of, but oh well. KOF 15 also probably should have played more of at some point, but I don't know. Or should I have? I don't know. I remember that game had like really messed up matchmaking, didn't it? Like the matchmaking was not great. I remember having some. There was some issue with it. I don't remember exactly what it was. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if they ever fixed that, but yeah, that was kind of annoying. Also, that game was just like weirdly difficult to play. Not really. They didn't. Okay. Well. Yeah. Crossplay is coming. Oh yeah, they did just up. There's new stuff coming in the game, isn't there? Forgot about that. Did I ever get the DLC? Because I seem to recall I wanted to get the DLC because I wanted to play Rock. I don't remember if I ever even bought the DLC or not. Or was the DLC the DLC characters free? I don't think they were. I think it was like a season pass. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. Only one was free. Omega Rugal. Oh, okay, well. Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I ever bought it, so. Whatever. So, yeah, it's fun, though. It's basically, I didn't play KOF 14. So, 15 was... It looks a lot better. Looks a lot better than 14 did. Actually, it looks like I would not say it looks bad. Other than like some of the when the fire effects and stuff like that look really weird and don't look great. But other than that, like the character models look like good. I remember a lot of people like complaining that it looked like really bad or saying like, oh, it looks just as bad as 14. It's like I don't think you remember what 14 looks like. Like 14 looked unfortunate. Even 14, even honestly, I remember when I first saw 14, I was like, it doesn't look that bad. Like I felt like people were kind of exaggerating how bad it looked. Like it's like it looks like it doesn't look like great. Like it's not like impressive, but it's not like like my eyes aren't bleeding. Like I've seen worse. It's no Nidhogg 2. That's not the same thing. That's an active decision they made to make that game look terrible. I don't know what happened there. Well, I kind of know what happened there. They're insane, but yeah. Also, my voice is dying. Give me 1 second. Anyway, yeah. KOF is, it's, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's fun. KOF is fun. I mean, KOF in general is fun, I guess. It's really, yeah. That's more the takeaway there. Is that it's just generally fun rather than it being a 15 specific thing. Yeah, I don't know how different 15 is from other games. Didn't really play any other ones. I mean, I've played other KOF games, but like on like Switch and like just doing arcade mode for like 5 minutes. I don't have much experience with the franchise, really, honestly. But yeah. What else? Kirby's Dream Buffet. You forgot that came out, didn't you? I'm sure you did. It's fun. It's fun game to play. I remember, I feel like I liked that game more than other people did. I'm not sure. I don't know. I had a good time with it. I think we talked about this already, but like for some reason, a lot of people compared it to Fall Guys initially, just based on its reveal or something. And it's just like, yeah, that game's nothing like Fall Guys. I didn't even like looking at it. I was like, this is nothing like Fall Guys. It's like this. I don't know why people are comparing it to that. My first thought was Air Ride. Like that was like, it was like, oh, it's Air Ride. It's Air Ride 2. Not really, but like, I don't know. It has some Air Ride references in there somewhere, doesn't it? I think it does. Recency bias. Yeah, I don't even know what the comparison's just very weird. It's just like you've got some racing and you've got some mini games. I think some people thought it was a battle royale or something. It's not, but yeah. There's so many things about it where it's just like it's difficult to complain much about it when it's like $15 or whatever. It's like I don't know, like whatever. Like it's a tiny budget thing. It's like that's fine. I don't have high expectations of it at that point, and it serves its purpose well enough. Netcode wise, I don't know. I think maybe some people had issues with it. I didn't. Like I said, once I put the wire in, it was fine. And that was while streaming even, so. Yeah. No idea how the player base is now. I don't know if there's still people playing it. Maybe, probably. It's a Switch game, so there's probably a decent number of people that bought it. I don't know. It's fun though. It's fun little thing. Really, just not much to say about it. I don't know if I ever talked about this game at all. Did I ever mention that I played Citizen Sleeper? I think no, I did. I definitely mentioned it. I didn't say much about it though. I played it. I didn't finish it. I never did a video on it. Stream on it. I remember I looked at it and was like, I don't think this would be interesting for a stream. That was basically what I did. I just started it and I was like, yeah, this is not something that I want to stream. It's not. It would just be a lot of reading. It's a lot of talking and reading. Kind of like how I also played. Did I play Disco Elysium last year, or was it the year before? I don't remember actually. I think I did play Disco Elysium last year, and I think I forgot to put it on the list at all. Maybe I didn't bother because I knew it wouldn't count. I don't know. I don't remember when I played it. Yeah, never. I don't think I said much about Disco Elysium either. That one, with the like extra updates and stuff would not be a ton of reading. It's a whole lot of listening to narration. It is voice acted, but otherwise also a whole lot of other stuff that I don't want to stream. Because that one's a whole weird thing. But anyway, Citizen Sleeper is interesting. It's an interesting game. Do you like dice? Do you like looking at dice? Using dice to make decisions? You can play Citizen Sleeper. I hear the story is very good. I didn't get like super far into the game, so like I'm not totally sure. I enjoyed what I played of it, but I didn't like. I don't think I really got to a lot of the. I don't know what to even compare it to. It's like I don't know. I mean, it's just like any like Fallout or whatever. Any RPG where you make decisions, but like more condensed, because it's kind of just all go to this area, teleport to this room, and talk to the person there, or go to this thing and do this thing here and work on this and roll the dice. Or whatever. Like, it's interesting. But it's I've heard it's not very long, so I probably could have finished it, but I just didn't. I would just say look at a trailer or something. Just it's difficult. It's a difficult game to explain. But yeah, it might have been on the list had I actually finished it, but it's just it's been so long since I actually played it, because I played it like basically when it launched, and then I just haven't gone back to it since. Yeah, what else have we got here? Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, that came out yeah, I know I was not the only one who was like, I am not as into this as with like Worlds and Iceborne. And I think there's just something about the way they did reveals or something, or the way the game works, like the limiting lobbies to only 4 people and all kinds of stuff, like just going back to like the handheld design, which I don't know if that's an issue of them deciding to put it on Switch. I don't think it is. I think some of it was they just actively decided this is how we're going to do this, and it's like, I don't know why some of the decisions, it's like, I don't know why they changed some things back to the way they used to be. It seems like there's no reason other than just they wanted to. There's like, no, we like it the way it was before when it was old and bad. Like don't do that. I don't like, there's no reason to do that. world did a lot of things just better. So yeah, I liked Rise well enough, but I didn't like it as much as whatever. Like I said, with Iceborne, Sunbreak wouldn't have been eligible, but Iceborne I was really into. Sunbreak, it just felt like more Rise, which, I mean, with no rampages, it was like, it's fun, but I just kind of fell off, and it was just like, I don't feel I'm not hugely compelled to go back into it. It just kind of, yeah. It's not bad at all. This is good. I'll probably get back to it at some point, maybe, but like it's just I don't know. I don't know. They made some strange decisions. Okay, I have one other game here, which, let me double check. This did come out this year, right? I think it did. Let's see. When did that release? Yep. November 4th, 2022. That did release this year. I guess I may as well talk about it. Well, I never talked about this game. I sort of did. I have alluded to the fact that I played this game, but I didn't talk about it at all. As I mentioned before, I played some games. It was during the break, wasn't it? When I was on that break. Yeah, it was when I was on the break. In the middle of like Bayonetta or whatever. It was like right after Sonic Frontiers came out and that whole thing. That whole break. Actually, it was in November. That was, yeah. I played some things. Got into a lot of mobile games. Most of which are not interesting to talk about. And did they release this year? I don't think they did, but it also wouldn't matter if they did. I wouldn't talk about them. They're not worth mentioning. At all. like actually not worth mentioning. Like, they're completely... I realize it just makes it sound more interesting. Like, it's like, oh, I must be trying to hide something. No. Would you like to hear me talk about Solitaire? That is the level of interest. You do not want to hear about Solitaire and the like. I played a lot of Solitaire because I'm old. Yeah, no. No. Anyway. But I did play a game. I think it was only because it had just released and was like, I was looking for something to play on the phone and was like, fine. I'll try one of these. So, and for no reasons other than that, I promise. I played Fire Emblem Heroes. That's not what I'm talking about right now. But I played Fire Emblem Heroes and did not get very... I don't remember how long I played it. But there was some point, I think there was like one of the first like events happened, and then there was it was like the Easter event, and I wanted like a specific version of like Lucina, and then I didn't get it, and it was like, I don't care anymore. I'm done. I don't feel like playing anymore. I don't think I ever bought anything in that game either. Yeah, no, I didn't. Gacha games don't entice me to buy things. It doesn't work. When I get to the point where the game wants me to buy something, I'm just like, I'm good. I'm just done playing. Because I think I alluded to the fact that I played this game. I'd never referred to it by name. Right? I don't know. I say a lot of things and am very vague about a lot of things. Maybe I'll continue being vague. What if I just don't say the name of the game I'm talking about the entire time? No. Here's the only time I'll talk about this game. And then we'll pretend this conversation never happened. Because it didn't. Downloaded a video game called... what is this game called? Because I've been confused multiple times with the name of it. Okay, it's a strange title. That's not what it's called. It's not. No. Goddess of Victory, Nikke. I thought it was the other way around, but it's not. It's it should be the other way around. I don't know. It's like whatever. I think the only reason I played it was because like it had just come out, and I was like, sure. I never. Just Nikke, basically. I don't know that anyone. I don't know what people usually refer to it as. Either way, I don't know. Gacha games. What genre are they usually? Are they usually like turn-based strategy or real-time strategy or turn-based RPGs? I don't actually know, honestly, what they are. A lot of them have an auto battle function. Because whatever, just do that. This one also has that. When they got their start, they were mostly turn-based strategy things. Yeah, I don't even know. The only time I ever see gacha games is I see people post screenshots of like, here's this character I got in I just pulled a 6-star Napoleon, and he's an anime girl. I don't know. Is that accurate? Probably. I just pulled a hamstring, yeah. Pulled a 58-star hamstring. But anyway, this one's a third-person shooter, so there's that. Although, it's funny, there's like a bunch of like mechanics where it's like clearly they want you to play the video game. But at a certain point, it's like, you just unlock the auto battle and it's like, you know what, I'm just going to do that. Just going to put that on because whatever, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. All that matters is the numbers. Make the number go up. And then you're good. And you're good. And then whatever. And then just let the game play itself. And then you can just watch. Or not. Don't watch. Don't look at it. Don't look. Stop looking. Stop it. Stop looking at that. Don't play this video game in public. Don't do that. I don't do that. I don't play it in public. You could, if you pick the right ones. Some of them are more tame than others. It's funny because they give you, because you have a team of what, like 5. They give you like a few to start with. Well, they give you one right at the very start. That's like for the tutorial that you don't keep. And then they give you like 2 or 3 you can start with, and then you can pull more Or whatever. And there are like generic ones, and then there's the ones at like the lowest rarity are like pointless. Like I don't even know why they're there, because the ones at like the second lowest rarity are like really easy to get and they're not that rare. They give you a couple that are at like the second lowest rarity. And one of them is like, why did you just like, they need to get you right away. They need to get the it's like need to make sure you know immediately what you're in for. And it's like, oh boy, oh no, I can't play this in public. I can't do this. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. It was a decision to do that. It was a choice. Yeah, and like half of them are like that. Some of them though are like, they're normal. They've got like a coat on or something. You can't see the jiggle. You can't see it. And then the other half are just like, whatever, that skirt doesn't go low enough. Just like, doesn't matter. I don't know. Anyway, otherwise, the game is, I don't know. You're both curious and shameful enough to want to find out more. You have fun with that. You feel free. I haven't played in a very long time. I also, like I said, I didn't spend any money on it. It's like, these games don't have that effect on me. If I get to when the game wants me to spend money, I just check out and don't want to play. The gameplay is already basically non-existent. So it's like, it's pretty easy to not spend money on gacha. It depends on how much you care, I guess. But it's like, I don't care. So like, and that game's fairly generous with giving you like actually rare stuff. So you got like 3. Yeah, that game only has like 3 levels of rarity. Like there's like the least rare, which are like pointless. They might as well not exist. And they're also like their designs. Like I think most of them, like you can't even see their face. The designs are the least interesting for sure. And I don't think I've ever used them. And then you have the ones that are the second least rare. Or second, yeah. Well, also, they're just the middle tier. And then you have the ones that are like actually rare. And I've got a bunch of those. I have a lot. Actually, I could just open up the game right now, I guess. Actually, no, I can't, because it would have to update, I'm pretty sure. Because I haven't played it in a very long time, but yeah. Is it a video game? I don't know what it is. It's something. I don't know what you'd call that. It's a social experiment, yeah. It's accurate. It's pretty accurate. I don't even know. I don't know what to even say. It is I played it for a bit. I played a lot of it actually. But well, played is in giant quotation. I mostly did auto battle because there's not much reason to play. I think I heard some people say it's like, well, you actually do want to play because it like at a certain point you actually have to play or something. But like not really. I think there's some weird stuff where like if you're like under leveled. No, it's like for the campaign levels they have like a power level or whatever, that like a recommended power level that's just like a flat number that it applies to your entire team based on how much they're all leveled up or whatever. And it like if you're at all below it, it basically just like halves like everyone's strength, so it makes it basically impossible to get through. Which basically just means they just want you to make the number go up. They don't. You can't really like. It doesn't matter how like good you are at the game. It doesn't matter. It's just not gonna. You get auto battlers, skip tickets, so you just do your dailies in a minute or less. Oh, dailies are not a minute. Dailies are way too long, actually. All the daily stuff takes forever. It takes forever to do, and it's like that's what most of the game is. Even just like going through auto battle, a lot of it just takes forever. Yeah, it's a. You're thankful for Pokemon Masters for respecting your time. I haven't played that one. I'm not familiar, so yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I don't have much else to say about this game, and I will never speak of it again. I don't know. I played a lot of it. Played too much. I did the whole. I did the Christmas event, and I got both. There were two characters in the Christmas event. I got both of them. One of them is just like, why why are you wearing that? Isn't it cold? What did you do? Why did you do this to yourself? I don't know. The character designs are wild. Some of them actually look nice, and then some of them are like you're just wearing lingerie. What are you doing? Like, Anyway. I don't know who said that, but I will not be one to repeat it. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on from that. We can move on. That's enough of that. All right, so we're done. Honorable mentions were all of those, and yeah. So recap. Where are we? What did we do? What happened? Where were we? Cardi B's wisdom shall stand the test of time? I don't think it will. Number 10 was Windjammers 2. 9 was Pokemon Legends Arceus. 8 was Elden Ring. And really, the Elden Ring just blown out by everything else. The rest doesn't even matter. All that matters is that Elden Ring lost. Nothing else is important. But yeah, what was Elden Ring? 8 Elden Ring. 7 Vampire Survivors. 6 Somnium Files. And 5 top 5. The real, actually good ones. The ones that matter. the ones people care about. What could they be? It's a mystery. You'll find out. You'll find out right now, in fact. You'll find out what number 5 is. Number 5. Hey, I had to get music for all these. Also, I didn't mention. Some of them I was like, I don't know what music to use. Elden Ring, I struggled with. I was like, I don't know. There was like not much. It was like, I guess I'll get this one because I heard it a lot. I don't know, whatever. There was not much to choose from. This one had a lot to choose from. Whoops, I accidentally did. Whoops. This one had a lot to choose from, but I was like, I don't know which one to go with, and then I was like, just go with your heart. Follow your heart and pick what do what you believe is correct. Anyway, number 5. TMNT. Follow your rainbow? Yeah, do that. It's very good. It's a good game. It's great. I also want to play more of this too. On my own time. Because there's all the extra stuff that I didn't quite complete. From what I've seen, it seems like it's actually really easy to 100% this game if you have like the full 6 players. For some reason, I think because there's so much chaos and so many people just attacking everything all over the screen that it's just like it's really easy to just accidentally break everything and collect everything. But yeah, otherwise though, 6 players is just pure chaos, and you will not be able to tell what's going on. It reminds me of Scott Pilgrim, where it's like you can play with more players, but like the more you play with, the more just ridiculously chaotic it gets, and it's hard to do what you actually want to do with that many players. But yeah. But it's great. It's great game. Great game. Who Tribute? Get it right, correct. You did a good job. They also did Steel Assault, right? I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, it's just, you know, they do. Well, yeah. Actually, I think they might have just published that. I'm not even sure exactly. But either way, they do good pixel art. That's a completely different type of game. Steel Assault is. Someone does good pixel art. Someone's good at it. Does a good job. Also, I've heard some people say like I feel like I heard some people say like it's not as good as the original, and it's like or the original, like the older arcade game, and it's like Tribute developed, Dino published. I think Tribute might have published Steel Assault. I don't know if they developed it. Anyway, anyway, yeah, they whoever worked on it, whoever did what they did a good job. The game's very fun to play. Just yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I'm not even like a huge TMNT fan. I say that as though I'm like sort of a TMNT fan. I'm really not. Like not at all, actually. I watched that Michael Bay movie and was like, that was okay. They developed Panzer Paladin but published Steel Assault. Yeah, I thought they published it. Yeah, okay, Panzer Paladin, that was the other thing they worked on. Which I heard very good things about. Steel Assault, also good. Good game. Yeah, they do good work. They're good at the things that they do. Yeah, I don't even just like Scott Pilgrim's okay, but it's like fun relative compared to like if like the only thing you've played is like Final Fighter Streets of Rage. It's fun in that it has things to do other than just press the same like 2 buttons over and over or whatever. And like I don't think there's much depth to those games' combat. Or like the combo system or whatever. Which Scott Pilgrim has more than none at all. Which is nice. This is much better than that. So I don't know why I'm even comparing it to that. It's not really all that similar, but other than being a beat 'em up, I guess. But yeah. It's a fun game though. It's fun to do things, fun to hit things. All looks nice, sounds nice. All the music's real good. Yeah, Shredder's theme, real good. It's good theme. Good song. Also very short. That's fine though. I don't have an issue with that. I like short games. I can finish them. I think they had crossplay. I don't I think they had crossplay. I don't know if that was planned. They had it for like I think Xbox and PC, but then the other versions don't have anything. And I thought they maybe would implement it, but then they just didn't. And it's like, yeah, I don't know what happened with that. But yeah, would have been nice. Would have been nice to see. Cannot be understated how wild the existence of the song is. It is strange. It is a strange thing. I will not complain, though. It's nice that it exists. Just get more wildly unfitting artists to make songs for indie games. It's weird. Like you hear the entire soundtrack, and then it's just like, and then you just hear the song just comes out of nowhere, and like it doesn't fit, but it doesn't fit in the right way. I mean, all of the vocal songs are a little weird, but like this one is very much like it's like not even like the right era. It's like whatever, who cares? Get him the next Shovel Knight. Yeah, sure. I don't even know what else to say. It's just great. It's a great video game. Like Vampire Survivors, it's just very fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You don't have to like Ninja Turtles. It's just, do you like good video games that are fun to play? Then play it. Go play this game. I would recommend it. Yeah. I'd like to see them make another beat 'em up. Not necessarily Ninja Turtles one, just another one. Just, I don't know what it would be. I never did play, never played, what is it, Streets of Rage 4, but I heard very good. So, maybe I should probably play that. I should definitely, yeah. should get around to that at some point, but... Someday. Someday I will. Not today, though. I won't do that today. Anyway. I don't have much else on this. It's good. Go buy it. Go buy it. Go do that. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And my... Okay, mouse disappeared again for a second. That's fine. So what's next? Next is number 4, which is that one. Also an interesting thing about a lot of the things that released this year. Well, not a lot of them. Some of them. I don't know where I'm going with this. There's the music. There's the song for this next video game. What could the song be? Place your bets. Place your bets on what it is without knowing what the game is. Can you do it? Can you figure it out? You might be able to. I don't know. You could try. It's a possibility. Oh no. Oh god, I broke it. I broke everything. Broke everything. Alright. Anyway. Next video game. Great. Bayo 3. Why is this one so quiet? Because people have different games at different volumes for some reason. My frame rate doesn't look right. Did I mess something up? No, I think that was just the... I think the VOD is just like that. Anyway. Bayo 3. Sandstorm? Oh, no, it's not Sandstorm. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. Bayo 3. There's a whole... This... Oh, boy. This game's a whole thing. Much higher than Elden Ring. Because it's better. Fight me. Yeah. Yeah, I've already talked a lot about the whole thing before. Basically, like I said, I don't know what exactly... I'm not totally clear on... Keep forgetting that happened. Keep forgetting what happened. Elden Ring happened. I don't know. I've talked about this game. This game is just a whole thing with its discourse. It's just I don't know. People have feelings about, I assume, mainly the ending. But it just whatever. The main thing is, here's the important thing. I don't care about Bayonetta's story. So I'm not offended by the ending. I don't care. And I know a lot of it. I know it's more than just the whatever. It's not. People have assumptions about how people feel about why people feel the way they do about the ending. I know that's not. For some people, that is absolutely the case. I know that is not necessarily the entire reasoning. People have issues with a lot of things in the story. Regardless, I don't care about the story, so whatever. It's just like it's not important to me. So whatever. Some people also have issues with the gameplay, which I don't really. Some of which is because of was it the demon slave thing? Some of it's because of that. Which, like, sure, it's there's like a learning curve to it. It's a little weird. And there's some aspects of it that are like, I don't know if I would prefer them working differently. It's clearly hey, we didn't get to make Scalebound, so we're gonna do Scalebound now. But then also put Astral Chain stuff in. Maybe Astral Chain was meant to be a precursor to this. I'm not sure. Hold on one second. It's just like, I don't know. I enjoyed it. But then people also don't like Viola and the way she plays. The thing is, I think what I always heard was it's like the game's clearly not designed around her or whatever, which is like, yeah, I feel like that's the point. Like, it's not really supposed to be. I think people wanted her to be like a full second character that is like an entire character, basically akin to like I think because of basically the terms of the game being DMC4 or DMC5, kind of the same idea with that, with like Nero and Dante. I think people wanted Viola to be Nero essentially in being like a full other character, not just someone which, I mean, I feel like she is. I think it would be more like if you played the entire game. But like comparing it to like something like DMC4 or DMC5 would be more like if you played Bayo 3 as Viola for like the first half of it and then switched to Bayo. Like, then it would be like a very different, that would be a very different sort of thing. I pressed the wrong thing. I didn't mean to do that. My voice is dying. Still. Again. I need to fix that. Just look at the flashiness for a second while I fix that. Yeah. But anyway, I don't know. I feel like this game is more fun to play than the other ones, gameplay-wise. I know a lot of people prefer Bayo 1 over 2. I think, like, I don't know if Bayo 1 is actually, like, better gameplay-wise than 2. I feel like a lot of people tend to come down to Umbran Climax. People have issues with that. But I think that only is a factor if you know that that's, like, broken. But if you don't know that, that's not, like, immediately obvious. It was never clear to me that that was the case, so... Number 5, Bayo 3. We're late on that one. What was I saying? But yeah, also with Bayo 1, it's like that game's color palette is just like I can't deal with it. It doesn't, like, in hindsight, it just doesn't look very good. Whenever I look at 1, I'm just like, I don't want to look at this game. Particularly comparing it to, like, 2. Which 3 also has a similar issue. The color palette's not great, and the enemy variety, also a lot of the enemies look very, well, the enemies look samey in the other games too, honestly, but more so here, I think. It's not like a huge issue, though. It's just like, I've heard some people, like, say it in a way that's like it basically ruins the game. And it's like, yeah, I don't feel like that's the case. I think that's a little extreme. I don't know. Well, same with the story and everything. Look forward to Bayonetta Origins being the first pretty Bayonetta game. I think Bayo 2 looks good. But yeah. Yeah, obviously this game being a Switch game and all that, it's doing what it can with the resources it has, but it's not like I don't think a huge deal. It's not game ruining or whatever. I feel like I've seen some people talk about it like that, like it's practically unplayable with how bad the performance is or something. It's like it's not like that noticeable. I'm not that sensitive to it, to like minor frame drops. But yeah, Bayo's fun. I mean, I think I've said before, I don't like Bayo's gameplay, just generally just how Bayo plays, like the series, as much as having played DMC more recently. I was like, I prefer DMC overall, but Bayo 3 is like, yeah, these games are fun too. Platinum does it good too. They do good stuff. But there is a certain place I visit where I've heard people talking about it as though it's just like, oh, Platinum just sucks now because Bayonetta 3 was like really bad, and it's like I don't think we played the same game. Like, I don't know. Bayo 3 and also Babylon's Fall, which we won't be talking about, in case you were hoping to hear about Babylon's Fall. Not mainly because I haven't played it, but yeah, no, it's Bayo 3. Bayo 3 is good. It's good. It's fun to play. I enjoy it. As far as the ending, I don't disagree that the ending is like rushed and like feels like it just like like a lot of like certain aspects of the ending definitely feel like it comes out of nowhere, like they just ran out of time, or they just did not properly set up some of the stuff that happens at the end. But it's like, other than that, it's like I don't care. I've definitely people have a lot of issues with it. I know for a fact a lot of people just don't like the direction it took. A lot of the complaints I've seen with it honestly seem to boil less down to the way it was done and what they did, more so what they did, because it's like the other Bayonetta, especially 2's ending, is like really bad and like really like it's like, oh, it's over now, okay. And the other stories are not like interesting. So it's like I don't know. I don't really understand people's like sudden attachment to the story. So it's like the only thing I can figure is they just don't like the direction it took. Or the directions it took, the multiple things that they did with the ending. Not just that one specific thing. But also certain things with Viola and whatever. Which, I don't know. That's like not really much of a criticism of the ending, that you just didn't like what they did. Like, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway. As far as the game, the game's fun to play. Viola, also, I didn't have like huge issues with her. I thought she was fine. It's like clearly certain things are not designed for her, but it's like it's like, yeah, you just work around that. Like, you also don't play as her that much, so it's not a huge deal. It reminds me of like DMC4, where it was like certain things are not designed for Dante. Like, he's not, but also at the same time, Dante has a lot of extra functionality and other things that he can do. But clearly, like, the bosses, for example, are not designed for him. Like, they are designed for Nero. But, you know, whatever. It's more like V, where it's like V does not feel like a full character. V feels like Viola is kind of like that. But Viola, I think, is much more fun than V. V is like an interesting novelty, but he's not like, I wasn't like, oh yeah, I love playing V. Like, it's definitely like my least favorite character to play, but whatever. It's not like bad, but but this isn't about DMC5. It's about Bayo 3. And Bayo 3 is good. It was fun. I had a good time. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Is there anything else to talk about? Jean? That stuff? The Jean sections, those are okay. Alright. Not, they're more of like a cool novelty than like something that's like actually like that I was like way into or whatever, but they're fun enough distractions. Well, they're not distractions, they're required to get through the game, but yeah. Anyway, I don't think I have anything else on Bayo 3. So yeah, moving on before I get canceled or something. I don't think that's going to happen. So what is next? That was number, yeah, no, Bayonetta wasn't number 5. That was number 4. That's not even correct. Number 3. The show hasn't reached syndication yet, so that's a real issue. Yeah, number 5 is TMNT. Number 4 is Bayo. Number 3. Oh, that does apply to... well, I'll talk about that later. That's not that it's much to talk about. It's just a fun thing I noticed. It's just kind of amusing. Interesting that that's what happened, but not exactly important. Number 3. What's above Bayo 3? Could it be... Whoops. Could it be another game that ends in 3? Yes. Number 3. Splatoon 3. 3 at 3. I can't believe it. Who would have thought the 3 would be at 3? There was a statistically high likelihood of that happening. Shockingly statistically high likelihood. But Splatoon 3. It's good. It's fun. It's fun to play. As all of these games are, I don't know, are there any of these that I would describe as not fun? There are not very many games I have played where it's like, this is not fun, but I would say it's good. Like Papers, Please is like the only one I've played that I can think of that would just fit the description. Not fun, but good. It is explicitly not fun. It's not a fun game. But it's not supposed to be. Splatoon 3 is not Papers, Please, so you don't have to worry about that. In case you were concerned. that it might be intentionally unfun. But yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that's like, oh, Splatoon 3 is just kind of just 2 again, or whatever. It's like, I don't really see what's like different exactly. Which to some extent fair, I guess, but it's like it's like it's a sequel. I would expect it to be fairly similar. Like, I think people will expect some kind of like fundamental change that makes it basically a completely different game, and it's not that. It's not that, and it's not going for that. The campaign is like that, where the campaign is pretty fundamentally different, I'd say, but multiplayer not so much, and I botched that. Whoops. Forgot to loop it. Speaking of the campaign in Splatoon 3, I would say is the best one. So, that too. It's a good campaign. I like the format of it, which I think was what they did for Octo Expansion, from what I heard. I did play Octo Expansion, but like I said, for only a few minutes until the migraines kicked in. Which this had that same issue. Don't know what it is. Splatoon 1 is the only one that never gave me that issue. Where I never had issues with that, but for some reason, the other games give me problems with... I get headaches after a while of playing them. But yeah, the campaign's fun. That extra thing at the end of the campaign is cool. That's a cool thing to have. To do. Very difficult, but I did it. Eventually. The Splatfests are fun with the 3 teams. I enjoy it. Big Man, great addition. Also, his name's Big Man. That's just a great name. I understand it's a pun, but still, Big Man. Just, it'd be better if it just wasn't even a pun. It's just like his name's Big Man, whatever. Like, don't think about it. He's just Big Man. He's just a big man. But no. There are probably complaints to be had with something about the rankings and the matchmaking and the tick rate or something. I don't know, whatever. I don't really care that much. I don't get that deep into it. I like the way the ranking system works, actually. And I would like to see other games do something similar. That would be nice. Where you get ranked, or you get like ranking points based on your performance, rather than entirely based on your like your placement or whatever, whether or not you won or whatever. Like it would be much more interesting to you know, be like, well, I didn't win, but I did well in that match, so I should get something for that. Even if we didn't ultimately win, like I can't be expected to carry my entire team. It's nice you can rank up. It's like, I don't know of any other game that does that, where it's like you can rank up even if you didn't win, because you just played really well or whatever. Yeah. At least up to a certain point. I think there's a little less of that. You kind of do have to start winning as you get further along, but you know, I've always had an issue with a lot of games ranking systems where it's like you get to a point where it's like, well, like I'm not winning because you're not putting me on teams that are winning, I guess. Like I don't know. Like I'm not really playing any better or worse, but like I'm consistently losing sometimes and consistently winning sometimes. And it's just kind of like, or times where you can clearly tell it's kind of because your team's not very good, and it's just like, well, I don't know what am I gonna Oh my god, yeah. And I think they combined the ranks though. So it's not per mode. I think it used to be per mode, and they combine them, which they probably should keep them separated. I don't know that they should have them combined the way they do. Also, there's the matter of the way gear sets work and everything. The specific variant of the weapon determines what like sub weapon and super weapon you have, and it's like, why not just have loadouts? Just give me a loadout. We don't need to keep doing this. Yeah. As far as new weapons, I mean, there's the Splatana. The Splatana is interesting. I seem to recall I didn't particularly enjoy it, though. Yeah. A lot of the new supers are, well, the shark thing. That one's good. That one's fun. Yeah, and then also, yeah, just some of like the visual stuff, like the victory screen and stuff is nice. It's a nice touch. Yeah, and also, oh yeah, there's also that card game that I barely touched. It seems kind of cool, but yeah, I didn't play a lot of it. But it's interesting. What else is there? The lockers that I never really used. They're there, I guess, but yeah, didn't do much with them. They're there if you want them, and not if you don't. If you don't want them, they disappear. That's what they do. There's the battle pass that I didn't realize was a battle pass. Didn't even know what that was. Then found out that it would reset, and I was like, oh, that's a battle pass. Like, I thought it was just something you just got. Just as you level up or whatever, just something else to level up. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It makes more sense. Yeah. Oh yeah, the bow. That's also new. That's a new one. The bow is cool. A lot of those weapons are more fun to use in the campaign than in you know, multiplayer, but it makes sense. The enemies in the campaign just stand there and let you hit them, so that's nice. It's nice when they do that. Otherwise, Splatoon is Splatoon, and it's cool. It's cool. It's a cool game. Fun game. It's fun to play. There's more Splatoon. Who doesn't like more Splatoon? I guess if you just don't like Splatoon, then you wouldn't like this one. So, oh well. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate for you. It's very sad. Salmon Run, there's not, I don't know there's much to say about Salmon Run. Is it particularly different? Not in ways that I super notice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Splatoon. Go play it. Go have fun. Enjoy yourself. That's it on Splatoon, though. So let's move on to the next one. Once again, that's not... Alright, we're almost there. Almost done. Almost at the end of our journey. So, next. What's next? Not difficult to figure out if you've been paying attention. Or maybe it is? Maybe it's not. I don't know. You tell me. Guess what's next. Don't do that, actually. But what's next? Kirby. At number 2. Is Kirby. Melty Blood typelet. No, I'm sorry. You're wrong. I have to ban you now. Kirby, though, that's not Melty Blood. It's better than Melty Blood. It really is. I've never played Melty Blood, but I guarantee you it's better. I've played a few Kirby games. I've played a few of them. I played a lot of them, actually. Generally speaking... Melty Blood was 2021 anyway? I don't even remember. Generally speaking with Kirby, I... like, with, like, Star Allies, for example, like, generally speaking, I played them and was like, it's good. It's good, it's serviceable. And just, you know, it's like they're good. Like, Kirby games are always like solid, but they're not like, I don't know. They're not usually not anything too special. Also, voice like rapidly. Okay, I'm going to need to end this soon. I'll get through it quickly. Don't worry. That's not true. That's a complete lie. This is gonna take forever. Just give me a second. What was I saying? Kirby. This Kirby game is very good. Forgotten Land is great. For one, it's 3D, so there's that. That's nice. That part, not super relevant, really. What? Why'd you cut off? Why'd you cut off there? Don't do that. I forgot to lip it. What was I saying? It's good. It's fun. Fun game. I enjoy it quite a bit. I don't know. Maybe it's just like with it's funny, like with this game being 3D, it's like it doesn't feel like it feels like they already knew how to make a 3D Kirby game. Like they had been doing it for years. It almost feels like it's just like they had tons of ideas for it and already knew what they wanted to do. And just finally got a chance to actually do it for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know whose decision it is. I don't know who is like in charge of the Kirby franchise exactly. I mean, I would assume Nintendo to some extent, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of exactly what happened. Yeah, I wouldn't really know. But yeah, it feels very much like a Kirby game. It feels like it should. Also, mouthful mode is it's just a very strange name, but all these ideas have dated back to GameCube and Wii. Makes sense. Does that include mouthful mode? I don't know. It's an interesting game. Probably not mouthful. Why not? Either way, though, it's I mean, Kirby games already feel, let's say, feel nice to play. But for this one, honestly, actually, like, feels like better to play than Kirby games typically do. Also, I don't like that loop, but that's what I have to work with, I guess. That was the link that I already had. That's what I grabbed earlier. So that's what you're listening to. You're gonna listen to that on loop. Have fun. I feel like this one feels better to play than most of them typically do. Like usually it's I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know really. It's just it's good. It's very good. Giving Kirby witch time is a good call. It was a good idea. Good thing to do. Give that person a raise, whoever gave Kirby witch time. That person and then the person who put the casino in Windjammers too. Give both of them raises. Maybe they're the same person, who knows? That's unlikely, but it would be interesting if that were the case. I'd be curious as to whether or not, like, they would then, if the next Kirby game will be doing more 3D. Maybe, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Because it's like, shit. I think this one sold, like, abnormally well for a Kirby game. Like, I don't think Star Allies, I think Star Allies sold, like, fine. But, like, this one, like, usually you see with, like, a lot of Switch games, it's like the best-selling one in the franchise or whatever, like with Metroid Dread, for example. Yeah, this one I think was also a similar situation. So yeah, it's like it's Switch, but like also like the game is very, very good. So like that helps too. Like I know I've definitely heard like some people are like way into like all the Kirby games, but I know I definitely remember hearing people saying about like Star Allies, like it's just like it's just kind of okay. It's not anything too special. But like I don't really see people saying that about Forgotten Land. People are like, nah, Forgotten Land, you should play it. It's great. And it's true. You should play it. And it is great. So go play Forgotten Land right now. Go do it. You won't regret it. Unless you hate fun. Then you might regret it. But then also you should probably just go to therapy. Like that's concerning. If you for some reason hate fun, I'm not sure what brought you to that point in your life, but it's not a fun place to be, I'd imagine. Well, obviously. But maybe that's what you prefer because you hate fun. Anyway, yeah, it's just it's a very yeah. They do things. Don't typically do. It's nice to it's funny when you can have a Kirby game where it's like you see sleep and it's like, oh yes, sleep. The best power up. Like unironically excited to see sleep. By the end, anyway, not like not like whatever, you know. Early on, obviously. Also all the missions and everything and all the 100% stuff. It's a fun game to 100%. Well, except for the gacha stuff. I didn't want to do that. That's just I've heard it doesn't take that long actually to get all of them. It's just kind of a grind. But it's like not really that hard. But I didn't want to do it. It's just like I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, it's good. The boss fights are good. Boss fights are all good. The levels are all good. Music's good. The game control is good. Plays good. Looks good. Kirby's good. It's good. Good game. Yeah. I don't. What do you want from me? I can't. I don't have. Also, Needle is fun. Needle's more fun. I usually don't like Needle, but Needle in this game is actually fun to use. They made Needle fun. It's crazy how they do that. Oh yeah, and also the upgrades. The upgrades are good. I like the upgrades. The power up upgrades. The copy ability upgrades. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have anything else on this, do I? Anything else to say about Kirby? I'm shocked it's this high on the list. But it's real good. They made a Kirby game that was good. I can't believe it. They finally did it. After all these years of Kirby being in such dire straits, they made one that people enjoy. They've broken the Kirby curse. Anyway. Yeah, it's as far as Kirby games go, this one is very good. And I would highly recommend it. Is there something else? Maybe? I don't think so. Not really. Oh, also fun to speedrun. It's something where it's like I can tell it's like this game would be fun to speedrun. It's like you can just kind of it has that feeling like it would be. I never watched a speedrun of this game, but I assume did HDQ do one? I assume they probably did. They might have. I always wanted to watch a speedrun of it because it seemed like one that'd be a fun one to watch. Maybe even a fun one to do. That doesn't mean I'm gonna do it, but maybe it would be fun. Yeah. But yeah, that is certainly enough of that. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Good game. Buy it and play it. Buy it, play it, and then buy it again. Buy all your friends' copies. And then your friends will be like, I already bought it though, because I heard it was good. And then, and they're just like, whatever, here. You got 2 copies now. You're welcome. You can play one and then put the other one by your bed, and then Kirby will lull you to sleep. He will escape from the cartridge and he'll whisper sweet poyos in your ear. Anyway. That's whoops. Oh boy. Turn that off. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Shut it down. Anyway. So. That's it. That was the game of the year. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Number 2 best game of the year. That's how it works. There is no number 1 this year, actually. I have decided no one deserves that. Not even Kirby. It doesn't matter, really. Does it really matter what number 1 is? Does it? No. No, it doesn't. That's not true. It's not true at all. Well, it probably doesn't, really. It's not actually important, but, like, doesn't mean. What are we gonna... We gotta not? What's number 1? As with previous years, it will shock you. But, first, we got other stuff. The other ones. It matters for your fantasy league. Well. Sorry to disappoint you. Number 10, though. As a recap. Number 10 was Windjammers. Now, number 1. I just wanted to remind you that number 10 was Windjammers. No. Number 10, Windjammers 2, rather, not Windjammers 1. That would be weird. Number 9, Pokemon Legends. Arceus. As opposed to the other Pokemon Legends, and just to avoid confusion once again. Number 8, Elden Ring. God bless the ring. Number 7, better than Elden Ring, Vampire Survivors. Number 6, better than Elden Ring, Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative. 5, TMNT, Shredder's Revenge. 4, Bayo 3. Those numbers don't match. 3, Splatoon 3. Those numbers do match. 2, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Maybe there's a 2 in there. There is a T. There's an O. There are no W's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. If you could, there's a T. There's 2 O's. So if you like misspell it and like remove a bunch of those letters, you could get like 2, like other 2, like 2, like also 2. You could do that. That's not what we're doing though. That's not how this works. But yeah, all those games, they're good, they're great, they're all right, they're mediocre, they're garbage, honestly. But what's number 1? You'll never guess it. It's impossible to guess. Just I have no clue what it could possibly be. What a mystery. Let's leave this mystery. Let's just have some ambiguity this year. Why not? We don't get to find out what's number 1. You can just rack your brain. Nah, we're not doing that. Anyway, number 1. Xenoblade 3. It almost seems like I'm stalling. I'm not. I'm actually genuinely not, and I shouldn't do that because my voice is dying. But I should stop doing that. Too late. I can't stop now, and I can't continue now either. So that one way or another. Forgot that came out last year. How did you forget Xenoblade came out last year? The game that it was like half the year for me, just or something like that. I don't know. It was a lot. Also, did I forget to put a game on this list? Whoops. Where was that? I did it again. I forgot a game on the list. I think I did this last year. Completely forgot to put a game on the list again. We'll get to it later. How did that happen? I don't know. Number 0. It'll be number 0. The real game of the year. I wonder which game I forgot to put on the list. Anyway, moving on. Xenoblade. Xenoblade, though. Yeah, there's a lot of 3s. A lot of 3 games came out this year. Xenoblade. It is. I enjoy it quite a lot. I thought something felt off about that list. Whoops. Xenoblade. It's I've talked before about Xenoblade. I very much like Xenoblade 1. It's a very good game that I like a lot. I like it a lot. It's great. Xenoblade 2 is good. It's not bad. I don't dislike it. Story-wise, doesn't have a lot going on. Or character-wise, it's not. Some people are real into Xenoblade 2. I'm not. I don't get it. I don't know. I think the story has more going. It has stuff going on, but it's. I think it's just like some of the way the story's told is just not very interesting. I don't know. It's like if you're interested in digging into the lore, then it's a certain type of story, I guess, where like maybe that's what you're into, but it's not what I'm into. So yeah, I prefer the first one, and I prefer the third one over the second one. Do I prefer the first one? Probably not, but that's not important. That's not what we're arguing here. I prefer it over other things, including that other game that I forgot to put on the list. I just let you know now that would not have been above Xenoblade, so don't worry about that. Yeah. Xenoblade 3. It's good. It's good. I enjoy it. It's fun. Hope someone got fired for that blunder. Someone's getting fired, alright. Gonna have to fire someone. Yeah. But yeah, Xenoblade is good. The battle system is fun. The only thing I'll say about the battle system is for one, I despite the fact that I think generally 1 is much better than 2, I will say I do think 2's combat is like better than the first games, but that's about the only thing I particularly prefer 2 over 1 for. Other than that, it's given that I really like 1's combat. But 2's is I think better. That's like the only thing it's got going for it over the first one, but it also looks better. It looks better if you're talking about comparing it to the original version of 1. Definitive Edition, that's another matter, but I mean, I remember some people saying, like, nah, I like the art style of the first one more, and I say, you are an insane person. You are not real. Yeah. 3, though. 3. I'm not sure. I like chain attacks. They're fun, but you do have to do a lot of them. They have you do so many chain attacks, where it's just... It's weird. Sometimes the battle system just feels like you're just doing chain attacks. That's just chain attack after chain attack. Which hey, at least the chain attacks are fun in this game. They're more engaging. The ones in 2 are definitely very much like it's about setup for the chain attack and then do it, but like actually doing it is not particularly complex or difficult. But the mini game of the chain attack in this one is more interesting. The first one, it was kind of just kind of do the things in order or whatever. There wasn't much thought to it. Thought or setup. It was just kind of just do the thing. But otherwise, Xenoblade, it's Xenoblade. It's got the Xenoblade DNA, you know. It's very much like it's got that Xenoblade exploration. The only thing I'll say, also the only thing, yes, it's the only issue I have, the only one, no other ones. The balancing is not great. The difficulty balancing, which once again, I don't know why they locked that behind New Game Plus. Why they didn't just make that a thing that you just get. It's weird, but yeah, it was just there in Definitive Edition, and I was confused as to why it's like not here. And it's like, no, it's there. Just have to unlock it. Yeah, did the second DLC ever come out? Did it like come out and I just didn't notice, or was never told? Did that happen? I'm not sure. It might have actually released. Wave 3, I guess. Oops. Wave 3. Not... No. Nope. No, it didn't. Okay. Good to know. Did not come out. I mean, there is also that big story DLC that will be coming out sometime this year. I don't know when, but yeah. Which, yeah, the story definitely had some stuff that was like... Not so much it feels like I feel like there should be more, but it had some like stuff that like there were like some, it's like there was more that could have been explained here. Like it kind of, there were certain things where the characters know certain things that, and it's like, I don't know how you know this, particularly given their like goals at the end and how that's going to work. They know a little bit more than they should for like no real reason. Kind of like Kingdom Hearts, where like Sora understands everything somehow, and I don't know how. That's not really the same thing. That's because that makes no sense. But Xenoblade, in the case of this game, it's the characters seem to have just gotten information from nowhere that no one ever told them. But that's fairly minor, not important. Also, I would have expected the, like, combat with 6 characters to be just way too much, and it's surprisingly very doable. It's, like, way easier to manage than you would think. It does become, like, legitimately kind of complicated at a certain point, but it's not like you can't deal with it. Also, I've heard people complain about the whole thing where like having characters repeat voice lines and stuff. But like I never had an issue with that. It's funny when I hear people complain about that, and it's just like, but like I feel like that's usually what people remember about Xenoblade is voice lines that repeat all the time. Like, I don't know. I've never heard people really complain much. All of the stuff that people like, all of the lines people remember are all the ones that repeat way too often. Like, It's just a staple now. It's charmed way of wearing you down, more or less. Like it's, I want them to repeat. She's the girl with the gall, and whatever, and various other things. Yeah. Also, the side quests. Yeah, I realize my thoughts are very scattered and not making any sense. The side quests all, having actual cutscenes. That's nice. Which, I think that was the thing they kind of did with 2. I barely remember 2, though, so, you know. That's not relevant. It's I don't know. It's interesting. It's all interesting. It's a good game. Interesting game. I'd like to play more of it. I will play more of it because there will be DLC. There will be more DLC and there will be other things. So yeah. Well, the next DLC, it's like I feel like they'd have to assume that it's like a lot of people are gonna finish the game. Like the first one, they put the DLC character at like chapter 3 or something like that. The next wave is like so far out that it's like I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do with that. Or where that's going to be like placed, but yeah. Also, would like to say, people had feelings about Xenoblade 2's character designs, which some of them I thought were like fine. I didn't like hate all of the character designs or whatever into. I mean, some more better than others. But mainly. But yeah, yeah, definitely some of them like Rex and. It's time we all make peace with Titty Rabbit. We don't. That's not the one I'm referring to. I don't know. I think I got a certain point like Pyra, like I kind of got used to, for example, but whatever. Either way, these designs are much better, basically. Even over the first game, also actually, like as far as like looking at the first game. I remember it was something I eventually noticed. Like, man, Shulk's pants look real weird. Like, what's the deal with those? Like, it's nice that the characters in this game just wear clothes that just, like, make sense. Like, it's funny. I remember I saw someone somewhere who, like, hadn't played the game was just like, man, what's with this one girl who's just, like, looks like a generic NPC referring to Uni? And it's like, what? Like, what? Takes the best design philosophies from both games, marries them and improves them. I'm not sure it really does. It feels like, because one has like weird kind of sort of fantasy designs. Two, I don't know what they were doing with 2, honestly. Like some of the characters are fine and some of them are weird. This one, it seems like they were just like, what if we just give the characters practical clothing? Like, what if we just gave them actual clothes? Because the design, it's not just like a issue of like overly sexualized designs or something. They're just weird and too. They just don't look natural. They just look a lot better here. So yeah, a lot of the time when you put the characters in other characters' clothes, though, a lot of those don't look great. Some of them look very weird. A lot of them look very weird, actually. But some of them look really good. I guess it helps when you have all of the characters have like an over and under, have everyone have like some sort of like undershirt type thing and then like a jacket or something like that over it. And then you can just kind of swap those out and it works. Oh yeah, also interesting thing with the having like high level enemies around where they didn't do that as much in the other ones, at least in 1 and 2 specifically. Like they'll have, you know, the one enemy wandering around that's like crazy high level. But funny thing is, I mean, with this game has like multiple references to Xenoblade X and stuff, but like it's interesting they take design cues from Xenoblade X, like having super high level enemies just wandering around everywhere that are just like, it's like, yeah, this whole area is just filled with enemies that you don't want to deal with. Like, that's just for later. They more so expect you to revisit areas, whereas the other games really kind of don't. At least not too much. Or they really don't require you to, at the very least. You can kind of just go through and just have that be what it is. But yeah, speaking of designs, and speaking of Uni, Uni is great. All the characters are great. And characters are fun. Unlike 2, where there was Poppy was good, and I actually like Pyra. That's about it. As far, oh, and Nia, I guess, and Dromark, but then Tora just kind of there's a whole Rex and Tora are not I don't know. I don't know. Why don't I actually? I wasn't going to do this, but why don't I actually just go ahead and Napon are a crime, are they? No. Ricky's great. Ricky is great. Rikyu and Manana are great. I'll fight you. Tatsu exists. Tatsu is inoffensive, I guess. No one remembers Tatsu. He puts on the Kamina glasses though that one time. He did that. Yeah. Tatsu just kind of exists. I don't know. He doesn't do anything. They made I thought it was gonna be a party member. It's like, nah, he's just kind of there. He's just kind of around. Whatever. Also, the Evangelion mechs are fun. They're good. The rest must pay for their sins. No, the Napon are fine. Also, the other two that I'm blanking on the name of. Ricky's kids from Future Connected. I do not remember their names. Don't remember their names. Not at all. Those two. Those are good. Nene and Kino? Nene and Kino. Yeah. Those two are good. PP and CC, no. Yeah, but yeah. Also the music very good. Characters good. Story's not like the best I've ever seen, but it's good. Went somewhere, made enough sense. It's yeah, I think the like mystery is like more intriguing at the start, and then later on it's like it's like okay, I guess I get it. Like, I think I like, what, chapter 4 or 5? When was the big thing? It was like 4. Yeah, like 4 and 5. It was like when the story hits like the high point, and then it kind of plateaus. It's kind of like, well, it doesn't plateau. It doesn't stay at that point, but it kind of is like, yeah. The rest is it's all right, but it's not like amazing. But still, it's very good up to that point. 2 kind of never gets anywhere near that. So I don't know. I don't even know. Why is Senna's hair on fire? What? And how does it work? I never got an answer to that. Spoiler, they never explained the fire hair. It's the only spoiler I'll give. Yeah, they're just some little things they don't get into. But yeah, Xenoblade 3, great game, good game. They did it. They made another good one, unlike 2, which was terrible. It wasn't. It's not real. But it's not 2 either way. I had fun with 2, but I only had fun with 2. Two's not relevant to this though. Anyway. What's anything else to say about Xenoblade 3? Do you have anything else to say, chat? No? I don't care if you do. Yeah. Don't cuck yourself? What? I don't understand. I didn't do that. I don't know. Play Xenoblade 3, you'll understand? Okay, I'll go play it. I'll go play it right now. Yeah, I don't know. I probably have very many things I could say about it, but I don't know. I probably said a lot of things already when I played it and finished it. And then, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, though, Xenoblade 3. That would be that is my game of the year. That is the only one that matters. The rest are honestly irrelevant, especially Elden Ring. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Just pause it. Hard cut it. Cut it out. Just stop it. Just stop it. Dead. So here's the thing. I forgot a game. I forgot to talk about a game. I think at some point, because there was some copying and paste, well, cutting and pasting actually specifically that was going on. I think at some point while I was doing cutting and pasting, I may have cut something and forgot to paste it. Or something along those lines. Either that or I forgot to put it on the list. Did I do that? Hold on. I might have straight up forgotten to put it on the list. Where are you? You are... Did I put it on the initial list in the first place? Yes, I did. Yep, I must have... I just forgot. Okay. I forgot to put it on there. So Windjammers probably shouldn't be at number 10. Where would this one be? I would guess at about number 4, probably. Which would put Shredder's Revenge out of the top 5. I'm sorry. Just quickly, that is what I would guess is probably where it would be. Well, anyway. I'd like to sincerely apologize to Genshin Impact and your fantasy league. Yeah, well, sorry. Sorry. Should I go grab that right now? I can do it. It won't take too long to find. Where are you? There you are. Great. I think I might know what happened. Oh well. Oh well. It's not a big deal. Okay, well, we're going to spend time talking about not the game of the year, but a game that I meant to talk about because I forgot and I messed up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mistakes happen. And I have no clue what I'm doing. Let's go with that one. Sure. Anyway, number 4, new number 4. Just, it's all a mess. Who cares? It doesn't matter. What's the new number 4? What is it? The Sonic Frontiers. The real game of the year. No, it's not. But I did enjoy it quite a bit. It would be nice if I had more footage of this game, but I never recorded anything else, so. I could have, but, I don't do that. So, you're not getting that. Sonic Frontiers. It's, Arceus is number 10? Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Elden Ring's at number 9. Oh. I like this new turn of events. What was I even? So I talked more about Windjammers 2 than I should have, I guess. To be fair, the funny thing is, Windjammers 2 was me putting one on the list because I didn't even... I was like, I don't know what number 10 is. Like, I don't know what to put there. Because it was all just, like, stuff I didn't finish. And it was like, I guess I'll put Windjammers 2 there. And didn't realize that I didn't put Sonic Frontiers on the list anywhere. I should have double-checked the list. Because I have two separate lists that I was going between. But, yeah. Anyway. Sonic Frontiers. Something I started talking about with this game was, I think it's just because Sonic being the franchise being what it is and what it has been. It's just like, for some reason, like it feels like a lot of people have, but for one, it's just there's a certain stigma within the franchise. The franchise has a certain stigma, I guess. But it's like, it feels like whenever I hear people talk about this game, like they're afraid to praise it too much. or something like that. Like it's just like I feel like it's like Sonic feels like it's capped at a certain point. Like, it can't review more than, like, a certain score, and can't, like, be received more than, like, a certain amount. At least for certain people. Particularly people that, like, don't really follow the franchise, mainly. Which, you know, that's fine if you feel that way. It's not like a problem. Not necessarily. Well, it's a problem for Sonic, I guess, and not a problem for those people. It's just odd. It's like, I don't know any other franchise that has that, where it's like, people refuse to... regardless of how well it does, people refuse to acknowledge it being more than, like, a 7. I'm not saying this is the case with everyone, but there are certainly some people where I feel like that's... the way they talk about it, it feels like... it's like, no, you can say it's good. You don't have to be embarrassed. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I've definitely heard from some people. They very much really enjoyed the game. I would not say I loved it, but, like, had a good time. I definitely, after, when I was, like, after playing it for a bit, I was like, I would like to play more Sonic Frontiers. I would like to turn on my PlayStation, my Sony PlayStation Entertainment System 5. And play more Sonic Frontiers trademark. Yeah, but it's a fun game to play. It's funny, like, looking at footage before the game came out and stuff, and this game is definitely just, like, generally much more fun to play than it is to watch. Not just from, like, footage, like, looking at pre-release footage and seeing, like, the rails and springs and stuff are all just kind of randomly placed or in the environment, and they don't really look organic at all. It's a thing you just kind of don't really notice when you're playing it. It's just like, it doesn't make sense, but, like, whatever. They're fun to go through. Which I guess, to some extent, too, like, how much you enjoy this game is kind of going to be partially dependent on how much you find Sonic gameplay fun in general, particularly 3 Sonic gameplay. Speaking of which, the cyberspace stages, I've seen a lot of people, like, complain about the cyberspace stages and, like, the physics and whatever. I don't really know. Like, I've never... I don't know, I've never really heard anything super clear on, like, what the deal is with why people specifically... what people don't like about the physics, exactly. I've heard some people talk about it, but it's like, I didn't have issues with it. I don't know. I wasn't, like, bothered by the way they felt or anything, so I don't know. Like, I don't know. I enjoyed the cyberspace stages. They were fun to play. So, whatever. They don't like they're not like the best thing I've ever played or whatever, but they're fun, enjoyable. Also, it's fun how many there's a few of them based on Sonic Adventure 2, and yeah. Yeah, I remember people complain about, like, the level design being reused or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I wasn't. I'm good. Good with that. It's fine. It's not a big deal. The Adventure 2 ones, it definitely feels more like a fun reference than like the levels are very different. Those are not like they weren't boost stages, so they obviously have to be completely remade. But it is an interesting thing to just like be like playing a stage and just like, if you weren't familiar, you wouldn't be able to tell. But if you are familiar, then you'll notice it's like oh, just playing the stage and suddenly, oh hey, that's Skyrail. I recognize that. But yeah. That's just an example. There are more, but yeah, it's cyberspace though. They're fine. I will say it's weird because I got like all like S ranks as I was going through, and you just end up getting a ton more vault keys than you need. That's just an issue with like all of the resources. They're like you get way more of like all of them than you will like ever possibly need. It's so many, so many keys, so many. Like the hearts are like not the hearts, but the hearts are like the first world. The what are they called? Because hearts in the first world, and it's like medals in the second. I don't remember what they're called. The friendship tokens. I don't think that's right. I don't remember what they're called. Number 1, Xenoblade 1, like how Xbox named their third console 1, but it's actually 3. Third world tokens are wrenches. No, yeah, but I don't remember what the name of them is. The name of the actual... of that collectible. That type of collectible. Memory token, that's right. Yeah. Oh yeah, the upgrade system is a whole thing. Funny thing about the upgrade system that I learned was I heard a lot of people say it's like, yeah, don't bother upgrading the ring energy because it just makes it harder to get your boosts. And doesn't do anything. It's like, yeah, just upgrade speed, don't upgrade ring energy. And then it's and then I find out upgrading speed literally doesn't do anything. People have tested it. Literally doesn't do anything until you get to the max level. You get like the infinite boost or whatever at max speed. Before that, does literally nothing. So just upgrade ring energy or only upgrade speed if you're gonna max it out, I guess. Because then it'll make the boss fights easier. Yeah, and the combat's weird. You have all of these different abilities, but the game doesn't do a great job of incentivizing you to like use all of them. Don't talk to Elder Coco at all for any reason. You could do that. You could do that. It is kind of annoying to upgrade all of the things since you have to do it one at a time. I don't know if they're going to fix that. I assume they will fix it at some point amongst all of the updates that they'll be adding, but I don't know. The combat it's something I noticed watching someone play. There was someone I was watching play who they figured out it's like, oh, you can just keep doing the I don't remember what the move is. It's the one where you dodge and then attack. I don't remember what it's called. But that one. Like, basically on any boss, you can just, like, keep spamming that over and over, and it's, like, the most damage you can possibly get. I don't know that it's actually the most damage, but it's some of the most damage you can get. And it's just, like, super broken. But it's, like, it's much less interesting to watch that, but you could do it. And then, hold on. Yeah, but you could just keep doing it. There's not really much reason to not do it. Like, if it works, I guess. But it's like, yeah, it's just kind of highlights that the individual moves don't have their own particular uses. They're just kind of all just different ways of doing damage, but like there's rarely as much of a reason to use any specific attack, with like a couple exceptions. Most of them it's just kind of like, I don't know, just pick which flashy thing you would like to do, but like which one you want to do is kind of just, it's just pure preference, like visual preference. Also, there's all the fishing stuff and how that breaks the game. That's a whole other thing, which I think it's like fine as far as that being a thing. I mean, I did do, like, at the very least, you can't completely break the game. Not until the end, anyway, where they let you get infinite whatever, everything, but they don't let you get infinite stuff before that. They cap you at everything, so it's like you can't get your damage and defense and everything up beyond a certain point. Barring whatever you happen to collect, but yeah. But yeah. Also, I don't remember. Did I mention before with regards to the islands? The second island is just, I feel like just the best part of the game. So yeah, just in terms of the island itself and also the boss, and it's just like exploring it is more interesting. The boss is, I'd say, the best boss of any of them. And yeah, I've heard some people say they really like the third one. I'm not huge on the third one. The third one has some weird stuff with, for one, it puts you in a 2D mode way too much. And also, like, navigating it's a little weird, and there's like half of it that you just can't visit for a while. It's shocking that the sparse-looking desert turned out to be the best open zone. I wouldn't expect a desert level in general to be the best zone, because I usually don't like desert levels all that much. But yeah. And then definitely, I remember by the end of the like by the time I got to the last island, I was like, you know, I don't necessarily need another island. I'm ready to finish the game pretty soon. I still ended up getting 100% anyway, but like I was like just about done. Because the islands are all kind of the same, and well, especially the last couple are, you know, they're not visually the most interesting. Although then I found out the reason for that, which is, well, the multiple reasons, which is, for one, it's literally like a portion of the first island cut out that you just couldn't visit. And it's like, no, you can just visit it now. I didn't realize it was literally the first island again. I thought it just looked like it. I mean, it's called something different. I think it's supposed to be a different one, but they were hoping you wouldn't notice. I think the final boss, and there was a bunch of stuff that was supposed to be different. You can see the beginning of the game there. If you look at the maps, the map is like, there's a big portion of the map on the first island that you can't visit. There's like the upper portion. That's what the fifth island is. it's just that. It's that portion that you couldn't reach. It's literally identical. And I didn't realize it until someone pointed it out, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize they were just the same. Okay. I think the fourth one, I think it does the same thing. Or does something similar. But, yeah. Fourth is out of proportion? Is it? Maybe that's what it is. Still, either way. They ran out of time. They clearly ran out of time. And I know they apparently they had to like ask Sonic Team, they had to ask Sega for more time. This is something that the game was going to be more messed up originally. So yeah, can't imagine what that game was. That was, if they had actually released it in that state. That would have been rough. I know the final boss was supposed to be, I don't know the details of that, but I know that was supposed to be something else other than what it ended up being. There was supposed to be some, or was it the fifth island was supposed to be something else? Something at the end of the game was supposed to be different, but they had to change it because they ran out of time. I don't remember what it was. Something, yeah, so it was something there that had to be changed. And it's like, yeah, you can tell that the game was like rushed, or that they kind of messed some stuff up. Or didn't mess stuff up, but just, you can tell stuff was not the way it was supposed to be. And there was just supposed to be more there in general. But, yeah, it's just, yeah. Oh, also, story-wise, character-wise, voice direction, whatever. I don't know. I know I heard some people had some issues with the voice direction and with the story being the way it is, being more serious or whatever. But the funny thing, I've seen a weird amount of people suddenly saying like, "Oh man, everyone hated Sonic Colors. Sonic only sounds really different than the first island." I think it might have been something to do with the way I did they record in order? I feel like usually they don't. Usually recording is just done pretty out of order. Same as like filming anything is usually done pretty out of order. So, so maybe he was just getting used to it or something. I don't know. What was I saying? Oh right. I heard a lot of people saying that like. I feel like there's suddenly this sentiment growing that like everyone hates Sonic Colors or something, and generations or people like are like, oh, I hate the writing in those games or whatever. And it's like I don't know. I remember when Colors came out, everyone was like, yeah, this is a lot better. Like, I don't know. It's very strange. But yeah, no. Colors is still good. I don't know, fight me. Sonic Colors was fine when it was a one-off. Like the writing, I don't remember. The only thing I remember about like Generations writing was like it basically barely had any. Might as well have been non-existent. And then Lost World, I don't remember. Like I barely remember anything about Lost World. Literally just Lost World and Forces. Once again, I don't remember Forces having much in the way of, like, humor. Like, I remember Forces being kind of humorless. But like I don't know. Forces had so many other problems than the writing. Like that was like the least of my issues with that game. So I don't think like it wasn't really at the front of my mind. Similar with Lost World. Like it's not really the thing that I was really thinking about there. But yeah, I did see there was someone I watched that played through the whole game that was like very not into most of it. But also this person was not, or these people were not like particularly big Sonic fans or big into the franchise or super familiar with it. And it's like there were a lot of their complaints seemed to boil down to like, if you had the context of the other games, then this would make more sense, or it would like, you would probably enjoy this aspect more. Because, you know, also Squid. You would enjoy this aspect more if it was more, if, you know, if you knew what it was like before. Or the stuff people complained about. Like, I've heard like people complain about like the references, but it's like, it's like I get it when it's like that, when it's going from the games having no sense of continuity to more than none at all. I don't remember, was that a complaint though? I don't remember that ever being like a thing. People were like, I really wish the games would acknowledge the other ones. I don't remember ever hearing anyone complain about that until after this game came out. It's like, it's cool that it does it, but I don't think it's... There are like a couple, most of the references are like fairly natural, but there are definitely a couple that are like, that was like, hey, remember that time when we did that thing? It's like, that was not relevant to the situation. There was no reason for you to bring that up. But yeah. But most of them are at least like relevant to the situation at hand. I don't know. I don't know what else to even. I don't know what else to say. There's just plenty of other things to say. Plenty of things. Too many things, in fact. Far too many. I don't know. Frontiers. Well, since I need to end this soon, Frontiers is good. It's good. It's I agree with the general thing I've heard of, like it's a good foundation or whatever. I'd like to see them do more with this formula. But like I feel like some of that is also like there's an implication there that it's like, but this game is not very good, but it has good ideas, kind of. It's almost what it sounds like, and it's like, well, no, I think the game is quite good, actually. A lot of people would say it's a 7. I'd say it's an 8. I think it's good, honestly. Then again, also, I was like, Forces, I had fun with it. I think it was mostly because I streamed it, but, you know, still. It was fun. It's a fun time. But I also kind of enjoyed playing it. It was fun sometimes. When I wasn't playing Classic Sonic, at least. Everything else is fun. Yeah. Frontiers is good, though. That's good. It's a good game. So biggest thing is that Sonic Team feels like they're trying, and it sounds like they generally want to take us and improve on it. Yeah, they were probably trying before, just for whatever reason couldn't, or just stuck with whatever. I think Forces had some weird timing stuff with regards to that game's release, didn't it? Maybe. It had to come out for like an anniversary or something like that. I feel like there was something like that regarding that. I don't know. And Lost World's issue was just, it was... That was definitely a thing where it was like, they probably should have just done another game like Lost World, because that feels like that could have been better. But they just didn't. That wasn't like a situation where... Because Lost World was good. Well, it was like solid. It was like a solid game. Like it worked. It had relatively little jank for a Sonic game. It was just kind of boring. I feel like was mostly the issue. Definitely felt like a thing where it's like, yeah, just do more of that, but like different though. Oh well, doesn't matter now. Frontiers, it'll be more Frontiers. Let me know when that update happens. Anyway, that was my game of the year, Sonic Frontiers. Not really though. Yeah. So I have the list I have here is just incorrect, but whatever. I could fix it later or not. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. So that's it. We did it. 4.5 hours later. I did enough talking. I said everything I wanted to say. Literally everything. Definitely didn't miss anything at all. Definitely didn't just like forget something and then later on I'll be like, oh yeah, you should have talked about that, you idiot, you fool. What are you doing? Yeah, so I clamps my vocal cords, shrivel and die. Hopefully I can still talk tomorrow, because I still plan on streaming. That's still a plan. Yeah, games of the year. Xenoblade 3, congratulations. You're welcome. You and nothing. Anyway. So. What else? What's next? What's next for us? Well, we will be continuing SMT4. That's the plan. More SMT4. So, look forward to more of that, and then, I mean the schedule. The schedule's already. It's there. It's all there. Yeah, SMT4. More of that, and then more of that again. Where are we in SMT4 right now? We just we need to go do Ring of Gaia stuff. That was it, right? We talk to Tayama. Just stuff with Ring of Gaia. Yeah, that's where we are. Great. Cool. Yeah. So that'll continue. Um, Trying to think. In this next one, are we going to get to no? No, maybe. No, I don't know. I was gonna say we were gonna get to the part where the crazy things start happening, but maybe I don't. That depends on how many side quests I need to do beforehand, really. Um, but otherwise, we're gonna be approaching that very soon. If not today, then probably tomorrow. So. But anyway, also news. There will be news. There is a lot of news to talk about. I'll get to that later. So look forward to that at a later time, right before SMT4. We'll go through all that. There's a lot. There's a lot to cover. Anyway, I have nothing else. I have nothing else. I'm going to go die. I am in physical pain. I am going to just go crawl in a corner and I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. This is a lot. This is what happens when I talk for 4 hours straight, nearly 5 hours straight. Sometimes I forget how much I can talk because I don't do it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. When's that podcast happening? Never. Maybe. Maybe someday, but maybe never. Yeah. I really actually don't have anything else. I really don't. We did it. We did the GOTYs. We did it. Now the schedule will get back to some sense of normalcy. I mean, it already was pretty normal. Just, you know. I'll let you know how my Pokemon progress goes. There are other things I want to play. I'll let you know how that goes, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna leave now. Go to bed. You go to bed. It's your bedtime. It's way past your bedtime. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'll see you tomorrow, and today, and then tomorrow again, in that order. See ya. See you later. Goodbye.